Good morning, Mary Madam. Am I audible to you? Hello, online participants, Mary Madam. Please respond. Am I audible to you?
Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, madam. We'll start immediately without further delay.
Okay, sir.
Yes, yes. Thank you, madam. పైకి వెళ్తే కనిపిస్తారు. టేక్ మై హెల్ప్ నా భుజం చేయబెట్టండి.
ఒక సైడ్ అయినా
Good morning, everyone. ఇది on కదా? Morning, everyone. Please settle down. Sorry about the delay. We should have started at 9 o'clock. But I take this opportunity on behalf of the Faculty of Life Sciences, Government Degree College, Begumpet, and the Pure Earth Foundation to welcome you all to the national conference being jointly organized by the Faculty of Life. The 7th Pure Earth Environmental Conference. It's a 2-day conference. And the beauty of this conference is it is to inculcate the spirit of innovation and research in the in the student fraternity. And without much further, I'm sure the speakers coming after me will give you all the introduction that is necessary. So I take this opportunity to first welcome the president of the Pure Earth Foundation, Mr. Jayachandra, onto the dais. I also welcome our principal, Professor K. Padmavati, onto the dais. And finally, our our guest, Sri Vijay Kumar Garu, IAS, who has retired as Special Chief Secretary. I welcome him onto the dais. Yeah. So I request Usharani Madam to kindly present the saplings to the guests. Yes. I'm sorry, I needed to. I also request Dr. T. Anisharan, the co-convener of this conference from the Faculty of Life Sciences, to please come on to the dais. But Annie, maybe you should wait down only. We now will have the lighting of the lamp. And the prayer song, where is the student? We will have a prayer song now by the students of Government Degree College, Begumpet. Come. Come here. Come. No. Start. Thank you so much, girls. So let me first introduce Let me first introduce the convener of this conference, Dr. Jayachandra Garu. He is currently the president of Pure Earth Foundation and the regional director at Center for Environment and Development. He is the CEO of Global Information Technologies. He is former advisor to Center for Innovation in Public Systems and BOS member for YSR Architecture and Fine Arts University. As a resource person, he has delivered many lectures at Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy for Administration, Missouri, and MCR HRD Institute, Telangana, NIRD Engineering Staff College, Telangana Academy of Land Information and Management, Military College of Electronics and Mechanical Engineering, and Regional Training Institute of Indian Audit and Accounts Department. He has published 15 research papers and guided more than 100 academic projects for MTech and BTech students. He is a scientific consultant and resource person in geospatial technologies. And his education has been in MSc Physics and MTech in Remote Sensing and GIS. And he also has a PhD in Urban Development. He is very passionate with in his commitment towards the environment and sustainability. I now invite Dr. Jayachandra to speak a few words basically about the conference and what he intends to do taking it forward. Dr. Jayachandra.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, the respected dignitaries on the dais and respected dignitaries of the dais, my dear students. So, as we started today with a little late, so I will confine to just 5 minutes. Then we have our guest speaker who will speak on this day, the focal theme of the conference, environment and biodiversity. So I'll just speak few words about the Pure Earth Foundation and Pure Earth Environment Conference. Why we have chosen this? So it was 2018 when I was a team leader in a World Bank project for Municipal Administration Department. There was an organization called Center for Environment and Development. Actually, that was based from Trivandrum, and successfully completing that assignment of the government, state government. In 2018, they called a Telangana Environment Congress and invited all the government officials and people in the environment sector. And as a convener, that was my first conference as convener, though I attended several national, international, but as a convener, it's my first conference. What I learned from that is professionals, faculties, doctorates, and all India service officials who retired from very high positions will deliver their speech, giving us the specific domains and specific themes of that conferences like that for 20 minutes, half an hour like that. And I have seen wonderful participation by students, particularly 90% students. And students always confined to only audience. Only they have opportunity to ask a question, but they don't have opportunity to speak. But with my request, I introduced one session for students. Then I got tremendous response. For one session, I got around 30 plus papers. How can I accommodate? So I could filter only brought 10 papers in that. And out of 10, we have given one best young scientist award like that for a student author. And that made me second year also to continue. I requested the same organization as the regional director of that center here in Hyderabad. I want to organize one more conference next year. Like that 2019, we again conducted Telangana Environment Congress 2019 in February. During that time, again same response, even it multiplied. After completing that second conference, I got a phone call from US that the student 2018 who got the Young Scientist Award selected in a university and selected not seat, got a fellowship in that college under some the project coordinator or the principal investigator. There's a professor. So she told, sir, it was so much exciting for me. Because of that, a paper I could bring, I could submit, and then award I got it. That changed my life like that. Then I thought, why can't this single point, that is the actual reason behind this Pure Earth Environment Conference, same year 2019, because like this, those two conferences, I invited so many retired scientists, so many scientists working, so many officials. So I spoke with them, and Pure Earth Foundation was established in 2018. And 2019 November, we started first conference. And this conference is exclusively for students. The professionals, the teachers, the faculty, everybody can take part and support you. And they give some suggestions so that you will improve like that. So this is the first of its kind in the entire country. I don't know whether it is there in the international. It's entire country, first of its kind, national level, an exclusive conference for students to submit their paper, talk about their work. So this is the opportunity we started. And this is the 7th conference. We started this conference yearly twice, April and November, with one day. But the last conference, 2023 April conference, we got 60 plus papers. So we could conduct it on 2 days because one day is not sufficient. So how can I accommodate? Everybody is equal to me. Only when I give opportunity, I will be knowing who has that skills, who has that abilities and all. So last conference itself, we started organizing 2 days, and it is continued now today, 100 plus papers I received. Still I am getting calls. Now I could accommodate 90 papers for this two days conference. So that is the response. And what is that? I just want to say one line and end my speech. All the students, they get their certificates. After graduation, post-graduation, they get degrees. You will also get it. But what is that these students will get? They have few lines to, extra lines in their profile. So everybody, I completed BTech, I completed BS, I completed MTech like that. That much only you can write. Or any skill you attain, any skill you got, any certification course you can write. But this kind of activity involving participating and then presenting, see, award is something different. But because out of hundreds of papers, we may select only 5 or 10 maximum papers. But no problem. You got an opportunity and you can write proudly in your profile that you presented a paper, a research paper, in a national level conference. And this conference goes online. Even there are online participants, physical participants. So that way, it is a value addition to the student community, entire student community, this conference, because another objective of Pure Earth Foundation was, we believe strongly how the earth can be purified in terms of whatever way you call. It is possible only through education. Prime Minister Narendra Modi or President of America even give a call or put some pressure or some way of implementing. But ultimately, that will not see the success. But an individual, if he is educated, is self-disciplined. Suppose a wonderful example I can give you. We got a very rare opportunity when I visit this college, this premises, and you are aware. Mostly this college students are aware, but the people who came from outside, we are sitting in a block where the entire campus toilets are there. This is called the purity. This should come from individual. How you keep yourself pure, automatically the world, the society, the house, everything will be pure. So this is possible with education, the dedicated administration, the wonderful students here. I must appreciate every one of you for maintaining this campus, a wonderful campus. And this is a model I am telling. So this is what we expected. Education brings this change. So environment, even government, state and central government continuously every year raise plantation. But how many will survive? Survival is important. Suppose you raised a plant, you know the value of it, then you will take care of it till the first 4 years. Once 4 years it got sustained, it will not see back. It will continue. The tree, the age of tree, you can't decide. We may be there, we may not be there. They will remain. So this is how we strongly believe education only can change, contribute something to this world. And you are all aware, planet Earth is only planet for life. Now I'm telling not human life, for life of every bioorganism. So everything on this planet except human being will live by following law of nature. Every species except human being. When human being, whether he took right because of he is knowledgeable or he is intelligent, he took over from all the species, he is spoiling, and he is calling it his development. But whatever damage, whatever loss, the responsibility is also again with the human being only. So with this point, so you take something that we have only one planet, and you can contribute personally something to this world, maybe by participating in this kind of conferences. So because a theme we have taken for this conference, biodiversity, certain you spend some time in that. In your routine, you may be an IT student, you may be a political science student, you may be something different student, a physics student, but you spend, because of this conference, spend a few hours that what is biodiversity, now you are aware of it. This is called education. Then you will understand the significance, importance of all the features should live coterminous. That is called biodiversity. Without biodiversity, if only one species is there, it can't survive, it cannot exist. Thank you all. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much. Yeah. No, there is actually, the life members are there who are seriously want to become life members. That is there for 5,000 rupees. But students, 1,000 rupee, the advantage for student members is they can take an internship program. We give internship in space technology because I belong to remote sensing and GIS technology. So virtually we are already offering. So Padmavati College from SV University has taken 1 month So students who registered, becoming with 1,000 rupee registration and be a student member, they are all eligible to take 1 month or 1.5 month internship free. So that will add some kind of skill to you, extra skill for certain jobs. So like that, student membership is there. So later after the post conference, I am known to you and you are all communicated with me. So we will communicate, and anything we can take it later. So now we are running short of time. I will continue. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jayachandra, for the wonderful introduction to both Pure Earth Foundation and the conference and the topic of environment and sustainability. I now would like to invite our principal, Professor K. Padmavati Garu, to say a few words about her involvement in this conference. I would, to most of you here or to everyone here, Madam does not require any introduction, but for the people online, let me please introduce our principal, Professor K. Padmavati Garu. She has an MSc, MPhil, and PhD in statistics. She has worked as principal in many colleges, and like BJR, Aler, I'm talking offhand, okay, and Nalgonda. And she has also been in administrative positions, both in tribal welfare, at CCE, and holding special officer positions. And Madam is a wonderful administrator, but more important than that, her involvement with the student community is something which I don't need her CV to talk about. Madam has always encouraged all the students, and she felt that this was a wonderful opportunity to give to the students to talk about their work, their innovation, and how they think they are going to protect protect our planet. I now request Professor Padmavati to come and say a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Vasudha, for those kind words you spoke about me. Respected members on the dais, Dr. Jayachandra Garu and Dr. Vijay Kumar Garu, who have taken initiative to bring in this program being conducted in our institution. Thank you so much, sir, for that confidence in us and then allowing us to host this program. I would just like to speak a few words about the institution from which where I'm working right now. I'm working for Government Degree College for Women, Begumpet. It's an autonomous college. We started this college in the year 1971 with just about 3 courses, one in BA, one in BCom, and one in BSc, with a student strength of 38. And over 52 years, it has grown from strength to strength. And at present, we are offering more than 90 programs. Okay. And I have 3,800 plus students, women students pursuing their higher education in my college. So it gives me immense pleasure to be able to help these young women, mold them and then make them as a personalities can really take the nation forward. We work with the vision of empowerment of women through knowledge, and almost every activity in our college helps us, an inch towards this vision. And I'm so happy to say that our college, most of the activities are managed by the students. We have about 22 student clubs, which are completely managed by the students. And we give them opportunity to interact, take up their club activities and also showcase this club activities. So field visits and other educational tours are part and parcel of our curriculum. And I'm so happy, sir, you must be enjoying this. Recently, we had an opportunity of taking 100 students to Satish Dhawan Space Research Center for a one-day educational tour there. And students had a guided tour and they were all taken and showcased everything that is happening in our proud Space Research Center under ISRO. So I'm so happy that we got this opportunity, and more than 30 students have submitted their papers from my college for this particular seminar. And I think 20 of them are getting the opportunity to speak or present their paper through physical mode in these 2 days. And I personally congratulate the Department of Life Sciences who have come forward to take up this initiative. And I've been working very hard ever since this program was envisaged and to take this to this shape today. And I wish these 2 days will really be useful to all the youngsters here. We hope that proper, nice guided interactions will happen and you will be able to really contribute, because in the matters of, environment and then taking this earth forward, it is the people role that plays a very important. And people, more so young adults and college students, you have a greater responsibility on your shoulders, because we have another decade now where the UN is concentrating on bringing these sustainable goals into reality till 2030. All of you have a greater role, and I wish that people will be sensitized and take up at least one small aspect in your life. I'm talking about that 1 degree change. May not notice, but it will have a huge impact on the environment. Just to quote as an example, we just consciously we made an effort to segregate plastic waste. So in our campus, we are not mixing this plastic waste with all other solid or dry or wet waste. And plastic waste is segregated because we all understand that plastic is something which can be recycled. And we have collaborated with Bisleri India, and they are helping us to collect the take back this plastic that we have collected in a periodical manner, and then they are using it for recycling. So we have become so very conscious that anywhere, I see a plastic, immediately I remember of this bin. And many a times our students are also there collecting the plastic from their homes and dumping it in this bin which we have put up exclusively to collect the plastic. So let us all aim at that, bringing that 1 degree change, one conscious effort from our side, make this earth really pure. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your motivating speech. I now take this opportunity to invite Sri T. Vijay Kumar Garu, IAS, who, of course, has been our former Commissioner FAC also, Commissioner Collegiate Education. Sri T. Vijay Kumar IAS Garu was retired as the Special Secretary, Scheduled Caste Department, Government of Telangana. Having had his education in mining engineering at Kothagudem, he joined the United AP government, and he has served in many capacities in the United States, both in CCLA as PD DRDA, Velugu Project Additional Commissioner GHMC, OSD HMWSSB, and HMDA Director in Singareni Collieries. He was the Commissioner of School Education and held many more crucial posts in the state of Telangana. Besides all this, T. Vijay Kumar Garu is highly talented in information technology and was involved in creating a database and development of IT applications for every government department that he has served. He is one of the members of Pure Earth Foundation, and his involvement for the sustainability of the environment is there in everything that he does. I now request Sri Vijay Kumar Garu to please address the gathering.
ఎవరైనా
మనకి పర్మిషన్ ఉంది co-host. ఉంది. ఉంది పర్మిషన్ co-host కదా.
నాకు పెట్టే ప్రెజెంటేషన్ తర్వాత షేర్ చేద్దాం. So good morning everybody. Dr. Padmavati garu, Dr. Jayachandra garu, Professor Vasudha garu, and senior associates of Pure Earth Foundation, Dr. Annie Sharon, and I don't know other names, faculty, students, and participants online. A very warm welcome to this conference. I'll not take very long. And Pillalu, it's okay, you can talk. Absolutely. But I prefer you talk to me rather than between yourselves. I'll not take much time అండి, ఎందుకంటే నాకు డాక్టరేట్ లేదు, నేను టీచర్ని కాదు. గంట తీసుకోను నేను, 10 నిమిషాలు అంతే. ఓకే, ఆర్ యూ కంఫర్టబుల్ విత్ తెలుగు ఆర్ ఇంగ్లీష్ ఆర్ బోత్? మిక్స్ కలిపి కొట్టేస్తాం. ఓకే, సో గుడ్. సో వాట్ ఈస్ బయోడైవర్సిటీ? వీళ్ళు ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ అండ్ బయోడైవర్సిటీ అని పెట్టారు. ఐ చేంజ్ ఇట్ ఎ బిట్ because biodiversity is more important than the environment. Biodiversity comes first. అందుకని అట్లా పెట్టినాం మనం. ఓకే, సో వాట్ ఈస్ బయోడైవర్సిటీ? The biodiversity is all life forms on earth. బయోడైవర్సిటీ అంటే మనుషులకే అనుకుంటాం మనం, తెల్లోళ్ళు నల్లోళ్ళు ఏషియన్స్, అట్లా కాదు బయోడైవర్సిటీ. Biodiversity is all forms, life forms, including microorganisms, bacteria, fungi. Science ఎంతమంది? Science. Okay, అందరు సైన్స్ ఏనా? వెరీ గుడ్. ఓకే, సో బ్యాక్టీరియా, ఫంగై, ఆల్గే, బీల్గే రకరకాలు ఉంటాయి. ఎవ్రీథింగ్, ప్లాంట్స్, యానిమల్స్, మైక్రో ఆర్గానిజమ్స్, అవే కాదు, వాటి జీన్ పూల్ మొత్తం. ఒక 10,000 సంవత్సరాల క్రితం ఎట్లుండే, ఇప్పుడు మాడిఫికేషన్స్ అయ్యి ఏమైంది. సో దాట్ genes is also biodiversity. And everything on the land, everything in the water, everything in the atmosphere, everything counts as biodiversity annamata. Aitunda share aitunda? ఓకే ఓకే టెరెస్ట్రియల్ అంటే ల్యాండ్, మరైన్ అంటే సముద్రం. సముద్రం ఎంతమంది చూసారు ఇక్కడ? మన హైదరాబాద్లో లేదు, నిజాం మనకు పెట్టలే సముద్రం. సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు గో some 300 kilometers to see the river and freshwater ecosystems of which they are a part. అంటే ప్లానెట్ ఎర్త్ మీద ఉన్న లైఫ్ ఫార్మ్స్ అన్ని కూడా ఈ బయోడైవర్సిటీ కింద వస్తాయి. ఇది ఇంపార్టెంట్ డెఫినేషన్. ఇది మళ్ళా మనం త్రూఅవుట్ దిస్ 2 days we keep talking about it. Then what is the scale of biodiversity? దేని గురించి అంటే ప్లానెట్ ఎర్త్ మొత్తం కలిపి మాట్లాడుకోకుండా we can talk about regional diversity, regional biodiversity. How many of you have heard about Amazon rainforest? Amazon rainforest ఎప్పుడు వర్షమే పడుతుండదు, పడుతుంది వర్షం, బట్ బేసికలీ ఇట్ ఇస్ ఫేమస్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ద ఫారెస్ట్. అండ్ రీసెంట్లీ ఒక DW ఛానల్ ఒకటి వచ్చింది, ఒక ఆర్టికల్ దాని గురించి. ఏమొచ్చిందంటే ద evapotranspiration of the leaves of the Amazon rainforest are equal to or more than the biggest river on earth. అంత నీరు ఎవాపరేట్ అవుతుంది ఆ ఫారెస్ట్ నుంచి. సో it's a regional biodiversity ecosystem. Then we talk about an ecosystem diversity. Then we talk about species diversity, elkalu pillulu kukkalu types, whatever. So that is species diversity. Then we talk about genetic diversity. ఎవరో చెప్తారు మనిషి పుట్టినప్పుడు వాడినేదో నియాండ్రతల ఏం బాబది అదేదో ఉంది, వాని జీన్ కొంచెం డిఫరెంట్ ఉంటుంది మన జీన్స్ కంటే అని. సో దిస్ ద జెనెటిక్ డైవర్సిటీ అమాంగ్ ద సేమ్ హ్యూమన్ స్పీషీస్. సో ఇదంతా కలిపితే మొత్తం కలిపితే బయోడైవర్సిటీ అవుతుంది. సో ఐఎమ్ ట్రైంగ్ టు మార్క్ certain words and definitions for you to understand the conference today and tomorrow. Then what are the dynamics of biodiversity? Biodiversity is not a static concept. It's a constantly changing concept. Increased by genetic change, increased by evolution. Then it is reduced sometimes, extinction అయిపోతాయి కొన్ని స్పీషీస్, కొన్ని చెట్లు దొరకాయి. ఇదంతా it's a constantly evolving system. Biodiversity is not a static concept. Ainda? How biodiversity gets reduced? How biodiversity gets reduced? మనుషులు చేసే పనుల వల్ల. పెద్ద డ్యామ్ కట్టినాం, లేటేసే ఒక 50,000 ఎకరాలు మునిగిపోయింది దాంట్లో. Then there might be a lot of plant species which are useful to us. కొన్ని మెడిసినల్ ప్లాంట్స్ ఉంటాయి, ఇప్పుడు తెలియదు. See, basically traditionally some thousands of years ago every medicine was from plant. ఇప్పటి కూడా చైనీస్ they call it TCM, traditional Chinese medicine. చెట్ల మందులే వాడతారు చైనాలో. ఇండియాలో మాత్రం తక్కువ, but still we have something called Ayurveda. ఒక చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఏంటంటే we were talking to Northeast Nagaland. అక్కడికి చైనా వాళ్ళు వస్తారు, ఒక 3,000 ఫీట్ల ఎత్తులో పెరుగుతాయి చెట్లు. You can Google this. There is something called Paris polyphylla. Paris polyphylla. Paris polyphylla is a rhizome, చిన్న చెట్టు, పసుపు చెట్టు లాంటిది. And the rhizome is a possible cure for cancer. మన అరుణాచల్ ప్రదేశ్, నాగాలాండ్, మణిపూర్, త్రిపుర ఇక్కడికి చైనీస్ వాళ్ళు వచ్చి అడవులలో ఈ చెట్లు పట్టుకొని ఎత్తుకొని పోతున్నారు వాళ్ళ మెడిసిన్ కింద వాడుకొని. వాళ్ళకి తెలుసు దాని వాల్యూ, మనకు తెలియదు. సో బేసికల్లీ we were talking to Northeast people to start a tissue culture lab and multiply these species. So basically biodiversity can reduce when there is a habitat degradation. అడవులు కొట్టేస్తే పొల్యూషన్, పాపులేషన్ తగ్గిపోవచ్చు కొన్ని ప్రాంతాల్లో, ఎక్స్టెన్షన్, కొన్ని స్పీషీస్ ఎక్స్టెంట్ అయిపోవచ్చు. సో దీనివల్ల బయోడైవర్సిటీ ఇస్ నాట్ ఎ స్టాటిక్ కాన్సెప్ట్, ఇట్స్ ఎ కాన్స్టెంట్లీ చేంజింగ్ కాన్సెప్ట్, ఇట్ ఈస్ డైనమిక్. ఎందుకు మాట్లాడుకోవాలి ఈ ముచ్చట బయోడైవర్సిటీ? వై బయోడైవర్సిటీ? వై డస్ ఇట్ మ్యాటర్స్? See, basically, healthy and well-functioning freshwater, terrestrial, and marine ecosystems are important for a productive and healthy environment. Biodiversity creates a range of ecosystem services. For example, Samudramlo, there are certain living organisms called corals. ఈ కోరల్స్ ఏం చేస్తాయంటే అక్కడ చుట్టుపక్కల పైటోప్లాంక్టన్ అని ఫిష్ కి ఫుడ్ అన్నట్టు, అవి గ్రో కావడానికి యూజ్ అవుతుంటాయి. బట్ ఇఫ్ దట్ అసిడిటీ pH of ocean water decreases, if it becomes acidic, corals will die. చాలా సంవత్సరాలు, వేల సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత కోరల్స్ చచ్చిపోతే యూ హ్యావ్ సంథింగ్ కాల్డ్ కోరల్ రీఫ్స్. అప్పుడప్పుడు మనకు సినిమాలలో చూపిస్తుంటారు, తెల్ల తెల్లగా రంగురంగులలాగా కనపడుతుంటాయి కోరల్ రీఫ్స్, చనిపోయిన కోరల్స్ అన్నమాట. కోరల్ చనిపోనికి వేల సంవత్సరాలు పడుతుండే, బట్ రీసెంట్లీ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ మనం విడిచిపెట్టిన కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ సముద్రంలోకి పోయి వాటర్ని యాసిడ్ కింద కన్వర్ట్ చేసి అసిడిక్ నేచర్ pH తగ్గడం వల్ల, అంటే వాటర్ ఓషన్ వాటర్ వాజ్ బికమింగ్ యాసిడిక్. సో కోరల్స్ ఆర్ డైయింగ్ మచ్ ఎర్లియర్. వేల సంవత్సరాలు లోపల కోరల్ రీఫ్స్ ఫామ్ అయ్యే 50 సంవత్సరాలు 20 సంవత్సరాల్లోనే ఈ కోరల్ రీఫ్స్ కింద, రీఫ్స్ అంటే చచ్చిపోయినాయి, అవి కాల్షియం డిపాజిట్స్ మారిపోతున్నాయి. సో దాంతో చాలా మెరైన్ లైఫ్, కొన్ని మెరైన్ స్పీషీస్, ఫిషెస్ కానివ్వండి కానీ ఎక్స్టింక్ట్ అవుతున్నాయి. సో బయోడైవర్సిటీ ఈస్ గెటింగ్ రెడ్యూస్డ్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ద ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ ఆర్ ఎన్విరాన్మెంటల్ పొల్యూషన్, ఆర్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ లెట్ us say the greenhouse gases. సో ఇది ఒక ప్రాబ్లం అనమాట. సో బయోడైవర్సిటీ యాక్చువల్లీ ఎందుకు మనకి, హౌ ఈజ్ ఇట్ యూస్ఫుల్? ఇట్ క్రియేట్స్ ఏ రేంజ్ ఆఫ్ ఈకోసిస్టమ్ సర్వీసెస్ విచ్ ఆర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ టు అస్. మనం అనుకుంటాము భూమి మీద మంచిగా బంగ్లా కట్టి 100 ఎకరాలు, ఎకరం 100 కోట్లు పెట్టి 50 అంతస్తుల బిల్డింగ్ కడితే అది డెవలప్మెంట్ అనుకుంటాం. దాంతో చాలా బయోడైవర్సిటీ చచ్చిపోతుంది. స్మాల్ ప్లేస్లో కొన్ని వేల కార్లు రావాలా, కొన్ని లక్షల గ్యాలన్ల నీళ్లు రావాలా. మనుషులు భూమి మీద ఏ జీవి కూడా వేస్ట్ ని క్రియేట్ చేయదు. మిలిటరీ, ఇజ్రాయలీ మిలిటరీ వాళ్ళట మనిషి ఉన్నాడా లేదా అని అనుకొని చెక్ చేసేది ఒకటే ఒక టెస్ట్, ఏమన్నా చెత్త కనపడితే ఎక్కడైనా అక్కడ మనిషి వచ్చినట్టు. మిగతావి కూడా చెత్త క్రియేట్ చేయవు. ఇట్స్ ఓన్లీ హ్యూమన్స్ హూ క్రియేట్ గార్బేజ్ అండ్ పొల్యూట్. సో బేసికలీ వాట్ ఆర్ ద ఈకోసిస్టమ్ సర్వీసెస్? ఈకోసిస్టమ్ సర్వీసెస్ దీంట్లో we talk about provisioning services. ఫుడ్, మనం వేసుకోవడానికి బట్టలు, ఫైబర్ అంటే కడుపులో తినే ఫైబరే కాదు. ఈ మధ్య మొత్తం డాక్టర్లు ఫైబర్ తినమంటారు, టీవీలో కూడా చెప్తున్నారు మనకు. ఉత్తగా షుగర్, నీకు డయాబెటీస్ వచ్చిందా, ఉత్తగా గ్లూకోజ్ తగ్గిస్తే సరిపోదు, షుగర్ తగ్గిస్తే సరిపోదు, నువ్వు ఫైబర్ కూడా తినాలా. ఓకే, ఎడిబుల్ ఫైబర్స్, యా. బట్ by fiber we mean everything, like edible fibers, non-edible fibers, the clothes that we wear, everything. And fuel, basically fossil fuels, non-fossil fuels, renewable fuels, biofuels, hydrogen fuel kotadi imadhe vachedi. So these are all provisioning services. The planet gives you certain provisions like food, fiber, fuel. Then the planet also gives you genetic resources. It also gives you biochemicals. You talked about medicinal plants. కోవిడ్ టైంలో, ఐ మీన్ నేను గంట తీసుకొని చెప్పిన తొందరగా క్లోజ్ చేద్దాం, బట్ కోవిడ్ టైంలో చాలా ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉన్నప్పుడు we started using certain plant remedies which worked basically. Even I was a COVID patient. COVID పాజిటివ్ అయినప్పుడు ఓ డాక్టర్ ఉండి ఇక్కడ అమీర్పేటలో సునీల్ అని, ప్లాంట్ ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్, ఇతరులకి ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ సుక్కాలు ఇచ్చింది. సుక్కాలు తాగండి సార్, రోజుకు 4 సుక్కాలు 3 పూటలు అన్నాడు. మై కోవిడ్ వాజ్ గాన్ ఇన్ 4 days ఫ్లాట్. సో అట్లా ఈ బయోకెమికల్స్. దెన్ ద ప్లాంట్ ఆల్సో గివ్స్ యూ ఫ్రెష్ వాటర్. దెన్ ఈకోసిస్టమ్ సర్వీసెస్ లా ప్రొవిజనింగ్ సర్వీసెస్ కాకుండా we talk about cultural services, recreation and aesthetic values. Recreation, సెలవులు వస్తే మనం గోవాకు పోతాం. ఎనీబడి? గోవా రిక్రియేషన్, బీచ్. అట్లా ఎస్థెటిక్ వాల్యూస్, మంచి నేచర్, అక్కడికి పోతాం టూరిజం. Spiritual and religious values, it's a cultural service. Then the biodiversity also gives you a knowledge system, education and inspiration. Then sense of belonging, Bharat Desham, Australia, Ma America, atla. So you have a sense of belonging. So these are all cultural services that biodiversity gives you. Then you have supporting services like primary production, provision of habitat, nutrient cycling. What is nutrient cycling? చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తా, ఎక్కువ నేను చెప్పిన ప్రామిస్ చేసిన గంట లెక్చర్ తీసుకున్నాను. చిన్న ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తాను నేను. వీ హ్యావ్ వెనకటికి మనం పంటలు పండడానికి ఏం చేస్తుండేనంటే, మనం కంపోస్టు, మన పాడి పశువుల ఎరువు ఇదంతా ఇస్తుండే మనం. దాంతో సాయిల్ మైక్రోబ్స్ ఉంటాయి. మైక్రోబ్స్ విల్ కన్జ్యూమ్ దాట్ బేసికలీ అండ్ దే సర్వైవ్. దెన్ మైక్రోబ్స్ డూ ఏ న్యూట్రియంట్ రీసైక్లింగ్ జాబ్. ఏం చేస్తాయి అవి? సాయిల్లో ఉన్న నత్రజని, భాస్వరము, పొటాషు, జింకు, గింకు, బంకు ఏదైతే కావాలనో చెట్లకి, అవన్నీ ఈ మైక్రోబ్స్ అందిస్తాయి అన్నమాట చెట్లకి. దెన్ ఇన్ టర్న్ ద ప్లాంట్ రూట్స్ విల్ ఎక్సూడ్ షుగర్స్. చెట్లలో మనకు ఫోటోసింథసిస్ అవుతుంది, అది ప్రైమరీ కదా సైన్స్ స్టూడెంట్లో మనం. ఆ ఫోటోసింథసిస్ ప్రొడక్ట్ is starch, sugar, whatever. That sugar goes through the plant into the roots, and 30% of all photosynthesis basically goes into the soil as a root exudate for the bacteria and microorganisms to live and survive. Bhaiya, తీసేయకు మధ్యలో బ్రేక్ అవుతుంది మళ్ళా. అదే ఓకే, నేనే. యా, థ్యాంక్ యూ. సో బేసికలీ there is a technical term called carbon sequestration. Yeah. Okay, fine. Yeah. We carbon sequestration ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారు? కార్బన్ సెక్వెస్ట్రేషన్ అప్పుడప్పుడు పిలుస్తున్నాను మేడం, నేను క్లాసులు తీసుకుంటాం. కార్బన్ సెక్వెస్ట్రేషన్. కార్బన్ సెక్వెస్ట్రేషన్ ఏంటంటే అట్మాస్ఫియర్లో 750 బిలియన్ టన్స్ ఆఫ్ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ ఉంది. దాంతో టెంపరేచర్ పెరుగుతుంది. నవంబర్లో వర్షాలు వస్తాయా? మామూలుగా వచ్చిందా? ఇప్పుడు వచ్చింది. వర్షాలు వచ్చినప్పుడు ఇంతకుముందు మన చిన్నప్పుడు కార్లు మునిగిపోయి కొట్టకపోతుండేనా? లేదు, ఇప్పుడు కొట్టకపోతున్నాయి. మన హైదరాబాద్లోనే కొట్టకపోతాయంటే అటు కాలిఫోర్నియా, శాన్ ఫ్రాన్సిస్కో, న్యూయార్క్ అన్ని చోట్ల కొట్టకపోతున్నాయి కార్లు వర్షాలు వచ్చినప్పుడు. దీన్ని ఏమంటారు అంటే, ఏమంటారు? క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్. క్లైమేట్ ఈస్ చేంజింగ్, ఇట్స్ బిహేవింగ్ ఇన్ ఎరాటిక్ వేస్. మనకు తెలిసిన పద్ధతులు కాకుండా వేరే పద్ధతుల. గ్లోబల్గా టెంపరేచరు ఒక 1.5 degrees పెరిగిందంట 2020 వరకు, పెరుగుకుంటూ పోతుంది. దట్స్ కాల్డ్ గ్లోబల్ వార్మింగ్. ఏం చేయకుండా ఉంటే ఇంకొక 10 ఏళ్ళల్లో 2 degrees దాకా పోతుంది. అది పోయినాక టెంపరేచర్ 40 degrees అవుతుందా, 50 degrees అవుతుందా, వర్షాలు ఎప్పుడు పడతాయి, మేలో పడతాయా, జూన్లో పడతాయా, డిసెంబర్లో పడతాయా, ఎవరికి తెలియదు. ఎర్త్ విల్ బిహేవ్ ఇన్ ఎ వెరీ ఎరాటిక్ వే బికాస్ ఆఫ్ గ్లోబల్ వార్మింగ్ అండ్ క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్. అయితే పైన 750 బిలియన్ టన్స్ ఆఫ్ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ ఉంది. సాయిల్లో దానికంటే డబల్ 1500 బిలియన్ టన్స్ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ ఉంది. ఈ గ్లోబల్ వార్మింగ్ తగ్గాలంటే పైన ఉన్న 750 బిలియన్ టన్లలో కొంత, ఎంతో కొంత 100, 200, 300 సాయిల్లో పోవాలా. పోవాలంటే ఏం కావాలా? ఏం కావాలి? మనం కెమికల్ ఫర్టిలైజర్లు వేసి, పురుగు మందులు వేసి సాయిల్ని సాగగొట్టి దానిలో ఏం లేకుండా చేస్తున్నాం. వెనకటికి బుక్కెడు బువ్వ తింటే కడుపు నిండేది, పొద్దునే సాయంత్రం పనిచేసేటోళ్ళు. ఇప్పుడు కిలో తిన్నా ఎవరికి కడుపు నిండుతలేదు. కడుపు నిండుతుంది బట్ ఎనర్జీ వస్తలేదు. ఏంటి కారణం? బికాస్ ద న్యూట్రిటివ్ వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ యువర్ ఫుడ్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ డౌన్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ద కెమికల్ ఫర్టిలైజర్ అండ్ పెస్టిసైడ్ సిస్టమ్. తిన్నా తిరముంటలేదు అంటారు తెలంగాణ భాషలో, పాట కూడా ఉంది. సో దాట్స్ వాట్స్ హ్యాపెనింగ్. బట్ వెన్ యూ use the microbes, the biodiversity below the soil for plant growth, ఈ న్యూట్రియన్స్ ప్లాంట్స్ కి ఇస్తాయి ఈ మైక్రోబ్స్. ప్లాంట్స్ ఏం చేస్తాయి, కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ కింద సాయిల్ లో తీసుకుపోతాయి. దే టేక్ ద కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ బిలో ద సాయిల్. దిస్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ కార్బన్ సెక్వెస్ట్రేషన్. Because of this natural system, nutrient cycling, carbon dioxide, carbon is a nutrient which is getting into the soil. వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఏం జరుగుతుంది, the global temperature has a potential to reduce. దీన్ని మనమే కాదు, ఇంగ్లీష్ వాళ్ళు కూడా గుర్తించారు. అండ్ you Google Paris agreement, 4/1000. If you constantly use photosynthesis to sequester carbon into the soil by using the biodiversity of the microbes and fungi in the soil, your temperature will come down by 0.4 degrees in 10 years. That is Paris 4/1000 agreement. Europeans వీళ్ళంతా కూడా ఇప్పుడు పిచ్చోళ్ళక పడ్డారు దీని మీద. They call it by a different name. It's called regenerative agriculture. Regenerative agriculture. Sometime madam will call me, we'll have a lecture on that. So that's about nutrient recycling and biodiversity. Soil formation and retention. This is a better subject. Production of atmospheric oxygen, water cycling, water recycling. Ecosystem services, regulating services, invasion resistant, herbivory. ఏం చేయకుండా భూమి మీద వదిలేస్తే గడ్డి పెరుగుతుంది. దాంతో క్యాటిల్ బతుకుతాయి, రకరకాల జీవాలు బతుకుతాయి. క్యాటిల్ పాలిస్తాయి, మనిషి బతుకుతాడు. పాలు, పెరుగు, నెయ్యి, వెన్న, బటర్, అమూల్ దూద్ పితా హై ఇండియా, దిస్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ థింగ్స్. Then pollination. Yeah, pollination is an important thing. Because of your chemical and pesticide agriculture, all the bees, honey bees చచ్చిపోయినాయట. చచ్చిపోవడం వల్ల pollination జరగట్లేదు. So what happens if pollination doesn't happen? Your agriculture produce comes down by 10% without pollination services. So in the US, లేటెస్ట్ ఫ్యాడ్ ఏంటిదంటే ఉద్యోగం మానేసి వాడు హనీ బీస్ పెంచుకుంటుండు. ఇట్స్ కాల్డ్ ఏపియరీ. దెన్ ఐ గివ్ మై హనీ బీ కాలనీస్ ఆన్ రెంట్ యాజ్ ఎ పాలినేషన్ సర్వీస్. ఇట్స్ ఎ న్యూ సర్వీస్, ఇట్స్ హ్యాపెనింగ్. మన భారతదేశంలో కూడా ఉంది అది. we are talking to certain beekeepers. Maybe one of the days we can invite them. వాళ్ళు తేనెగిన పట్టుకొస్తారు. So that's a pollination service. Seed dispersal. How the environment ecosystem does seed dispersal? గాలి ద్వారా, దాని ద్వారా సీడ్స్ చాలా దూరానికి వెళ్ళటం. Seed dispersal through bird droppings. So ఇవన్నీ examples అన్నమాట. Climate regulation, pest regulation. So basically I'm not going into the subtopics because the time won't be sufficient. You can keep a copy of this presentation if you want. Then regulating services, disease regulation, natural hazard protection, erosion regulation. Plant species. ఎప్పుడు కూడా భూమిని కవర్ చేసి ఉంచితే we have a concept called cover crops. ఒక మన భారతదేశం అగ్రికల్చర్లో 3 నెలలు ఏ క్రాప్ లేకుండా ఖాళీగా ఉంటాయి భూములు. సాయిల్ ఎరోషన్ అవుతుంది. సో ఆల్ ద న్యూట్రియన్స్ గెట్ వాష్డ్ అవే త్రూ విండ్, వెళ్ళిపోతాయి అవి. So then erosion regulation, how the species, plant species can, like cover crops, can give you erosion regulation. Water purification, how water gets naturally purified through constructed wetlands, marshlands, wetlands. So water purification etlaitadi. It's a different subject, pedda subject adi. Then biodiscovery services, drugs, insecticides, herbicides, industrial enzymes, products with application to bioremediation. So chala drugs, medicines kuda ee medicinal plants lo untayi. Maybe through sometime in the afternoon we have some resource persons who will talk to you 2 minutes about plant-based drugs, plant-based medicines. Then biodiversity and climate change. Biodiversity is our strongest natural defense against climate change. Climate change ki scientists కింద మీద వాడుతారు కానీ ఏం చేయక్కర్లే. You maintain the biodiversity of the planet, climate regulation happens. Biodiversity forms a web of life that we depend on for so many things: food, water, medicine, stable climate, economic growth. I'm not elaborating this for want of time. Chinna examples. Half of global GDP is dependent on nature. 1 billion people rely on forests for their livelihoods. Manakante software udyogaalu, hardware udyogaalu, రకరకాల ఉద్యోగాలు ఉన్నాయి. But there are out of 8 billion people or 7.5 billion people on the earth, ఎంతమందో నాకు కూడా తెలియదు చక్కగా, 1 billion people depend on forest for their livelihood అట. ఇండియాలో కొంతమంది ఉన్నారు, ఆఫ్రికా ఇట్లాంటి కంట్రీస్లో కొంతమంది ఉన్నారు. దే డిపెండ్ ఆన్ ఫారెస్ట్ ఓన్లీ. సాయిల్ అండ్ ఓషన్ అబ్జార్బ్ మోర్ దెన్ హాఫ్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ కార్బన్ ఎమిషన్స్. ఇందా చెప్పి నేను సాయిల్ ఎట్లా అబ్జార్బ్ చేస్తుందని, సెక్వెస్ట్రేట్. ఓషన్ ఆల్సో అబ్జార్బ్స్ కార్బన్ ఎమిషన్స్. ఎక్కువ కార్బన్ డైఆక్సైడ్ ఓషన్లోకి పోతే చెప్పినాం కదా, చేపలు, కోరల్ రీఫ్స్ అన్ని చచ్చిపోతాయి. మెయిన్ డ్రైవర్ ఆఫ్ biodiversity loss is human use of land. We are the culprits. That's the finding. Human activities already altered over 70% of all ice-free land. When land is converted for agriculture, some animal and plant species lose their habitat and face extinction. Excessive chemical fertilizer and pesticide, it renders soil lifeless, kills all the microbes, fungi, nematodes, protozoans in the soil. So nutrient cycle doesn't happen. మళ్ళా రైతు ఏం చేస్తాడు, నత్రజని, భాస్వరము, పొటాష్ అని చెప్పి 4 యూరియా బస్తాలు వేస్తాడు, కథం. So climate change has already altered the marine, terrestrial and freshwater ecosystems around the world. Climate change has caused loss of local species, increased diseases, driven mass mortality of plants and animals, resulting in the first climate-driven extinction. Climate-driven human extinction కూడా అయింది. గ్లోబల్ వార్మింగ్, క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ వల్ల జంతువుల్లో ఉండే వైరస్లు మనుషులకు వచ్చినాయి. We are just recovering from those effects. మాస్ ఎక్స్టెన్షన్, చాలా మంది చచ్చిపోయారు దేనివల్ల, కోవిడ్. ఇదే ప్రాబ్లం. బయోడైవర్సిటీ మెయింటైన్ చేయకపోతే జంతువుల్లో ఉండే వైరస్లు మనుషులకు వచ్చి, we don't have the coping mechanism for that and it becomes a problem. Risk of species extinction increases with every degree, 1 degree of global warming. In the ocean, rising temperatures increase the risk of irreversible loss of marine and coastal ecosystems like coral reefs. So I think మధ్యలో మా జయచంద్ర గారు థ్యాంక్ యూ బెటర్నియలేదు, టైం అవుతుందంటే ఊరికొచ్చినాం. సో there's no thank you on this. I'm closing here. Maybe if you have more time tomorrow, whenever, we can take one more session on this. So how many of you have enjoyed this session? So many hands, huh? Okay. Thank you girls. Yeah. Kiritam Deocha. ఇబ్బంది లేకుండా ఉంటుంది.
Speaker, student speakers. Come front, yes.
Saiba. పట్టుకోమంటారా Yeah. A warm good morning to all. I once again welcome all to a two-day national conference, that is 7th Pure Earth Environmental Conference 2023. Now let us start with our technical sessions. The first session, now I would like to call the dignitaries who will chair this session. Dr. MVSS Giridhar. Yeah, now I would like to call Dr. MVSS Giridhar. He is presently Professor and Head Center for Water Resources, Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Hyderabad. He is an academician having 25 years of teaching, research, and administrative experience. Professor Giridhar is expert for his designs on improvised rainwater harvesting structures and constructed wetland. Professor Giridhar was awarded 2 national awards and 4 state awards for Best Conservation of Water Resources. Professor Giridhar is an expert committee member for HMSSB regarding the STP designs and for rainwater harvesting system to the government of Telangana. Dr. MVSS Giridhar has published 175 research papers in various national and international journals, conferences. He has organized 15 national, international conferences and workshops and training programs. He executed 19 research projects funded by various national and international agencies. Sir, I welcome Sir Giridhar sir onto the dais, please. Now I welcome Sri Hari Prasad Garu. Now I would like to invite Dr. D. Pushpa, Assistant Professor of Mathematics. And she has done a PhD from Osmania University and MPhil from Hyderabad Central University. Her specialization is differential and integral equations. She has teaching experience of 27 years. She has 2 books to her credit, and she also has a patent in differential equation solutions to mathematical concepts using various non-linear continuity equations. She has 5 research papers to her credit and presented papers in national and international conferences and organized and attended various workshops in mathematics. She is also a BOS member for various autonomous colleges. Coming to her awards, she received a state level first prize in Jignasa for the year 2017 and 18 and Pearl Foundation Best Women Assistant Professor Award. Coming to her services, to the college, she is the controller of examinations and assistant controller of examinations and the Jignasa state level coordinator, and she is also coordinator forward. I welcome Dr. Pushpa Madam onto the desk. Thank you, Madam. Now I'll give to Sir. You call the presentation? Yeah, I have, sir. Yeah.
The first speaker, the first speaker from college. Yes. Mananita Sharon Sweetie. Please come. You have your PPT mailed here? Yes, okay. This one. The PPT? But it is in PDF. You can go ahead with this. So share this.
Yes.
Seven minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning to the dignitaries present on the dais, lecturers, and good morning to the dignitaries present on the dais, lecturers, and my dear friends. I am Manmita, and this is Sharon, representing Government Degree College for Women, Begumpet. Welcome to this pivotal conversation where the threads of sustainability and development interlace on the canvas of our shared future. Today, we embark on the journey through the Sustainable Development Goals, each goal a compass point guiding us towards a balanced and thriving world. But before we enclave into these goals, let me introduce you to the inspiring mission Life. This mission encapsulates the essence of our responsibilities towards nature, a call to wave environmental consciousness into the very fabric of our daily lives. So let's collectively step into the realm where our choices shape sustainable tomorrow. Let the journey commence. Here you go.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Manmita, for setting the stage, and good morning to dignitaries who are who are present on the desk, and lecturers, principal ma'am, and my friends. building on the foundation was led by Manmita. Let's delve into the increases of the biodiversity SDGs are explored, how they shape our journey towards a sustainable future. And in this research paper, we selected 6 SDGs. In that, the first one is SDG 6, clean water and sanitization. And second one is SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. And 11th SDG is sustainable and cities and communities. And SDG 13, climate action, and SDG 14, life below water, and SDG 15, life on water. So first of all, we discuss about SDG 6. It is clean water and sanitization. India water crisis is increased by a rapidly growing demand, making sustainable policies. Despite of challenges, sanitization covers in rural India surged from the 38.70% in 2014 to 100% in 2019, marking significant progress. And next, SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. India's achievement of electrification in all villages set the stage of uninterrupted power supply. The nation is committed of expanding its renewed energy capacity, aiming for 25 gigawatt to combat climate change of 275 gigawatt by 2027. And SDG 11, it mainly known as unorganized challenges, including waste management and air pollution. And SDG 11 aims to create accessible, productive urban spaces that attract talent and promote resilience. And SDG 13 main focus on mitigation and adaptation, recognizing the direct consequence of climate change on our planet. And SDG 14, it is life below the water. Human activities impact 40% in this world. And also SDG 14 emphasizes preventing marine pollution, ending harmful fishing practices, and sustainability managing marine and coastal ecosystem. And SDG 15 says life on land. From 1990 to 2015, the world witnessed a reduction in forested area, emphasizing the need to protect key biodiversity areas. SDG 15 is critical for ensuring the protection of life on our planet. And thank you. Over to you, Manmita.
As we conclude our exploration of the sustainable development tools, thank you, Sharon, for emphasizing the transformative impact of these goals and highlighting initiatives like Ocean Cleanup Mission Life. Ocean Cleanup Mission Life stands out as a guiding thread, weaving our choices today into a legacy of our future generation. It is more than a mission, it's a way of commitment to daily actions, resonating through a time of special acknowledgement to Sharon for her dedication. Collaboration magnifies our impact, and your commitment has been a true inspiration. As we move forward, let our actions shape a legacy of equilibrium and harmony, keeping in mind the Kunming Montreal Protocol biodiversity. And thank you, Usha ma'am, for helping us prepare this paper and helping us present on this dais. And choose nature every day. Thank you for conserving biodiversity.
Next paper speakers, Gauri Shetty, Arshita, Satvika Vennela from BVRIT. Yeah. BVRIT College, please come.
Yes.
There is a
This.
yeah, you.
Effect of wind energy on environment. That one is. Good morning, respected ma'am and sirs. Hi everyone. This is Ashrita. This is Ashrita from BVRIT College of Engineering. This is Ashrita from BVRIT College of Engineering for Women, pursuing BTech first year in IT branch. Today, I am here to give a presentation on effect of wind energy on environment. First of all, what do you mean by wind energy? Wind energy is nothing but converting of wind power into electrical power using windmills or wind turbines. Electricity is produced, is sent to the transformer when voltage is increased and sent to the power transmission lines. Wind has been used by the people for over 3000 years. Wind is used for grinding grain, pumping water, and it is also used for electricity. Wind was first used for electricity generation in late 19th century. Windmills were an important part of life for many communities beginning around 1200 BC. The diagram shows the wind energy work. First wind blows, then the turbine starts rotating. The kinetic energy is transformed into mechanical energy. A gearbox spins a generator to produce electricity. Transformers converts electricity to appropriate voltage. Electricity can then be stored or transported to grid from distribution. This is how wind energy works. Introduction. Wind is a form of a solar energy. Wind is used to produce electricity. The energy produced by the fast moving wind is called wind energy. The wind energy is used to rotate turbines to generate electricity. Winds are caused due to the uneven heating of the atmosphere by the sun. Now, let me tell about the wind turbines. It works opposite to that of fan turbines from the wind and make energy instead of using energy to make wind. The wind power program in India was started during 1983. Wind turbines use wind to make electricity. About wind turbines, Tamil Nadu has the highest production for wind turbines. In Telugu states, we can find wind turbines in Telugu state, we can in wind turbines in Tirumala, Anantapur, etc. The conventional wind turbine is shiny. Wind is airflow that has speed and direction. There are many advantages and disadvantages of wind power. Wind power creates good paying jobs. Wind power is cost effective. Wind power benefits local communities. Wind power works in different settings. Wind turbine saves place. It is a renewable energy source. Wind is a type of clean energy. There are also disadvantages for wind energy. The disadvantages are we don't have enough wind all the time. So wind energy is not considered to be reliable. Wind turbines are potential threat to wildlife such as birds and bats. Noise is a complaint with many wind farms that are close to communities. There are many disadvantages such as land use, noise, vegetation, biological resources, visual resources, etc. Conclusion. Wind energy, use of wind power to generate electricity from wind turbines. Wind turbines gained in increasing use since 1970, preferred because it is renewable, cheap, and friendly to the environment. The energy balance of wind energy is very positive. Wind energy is the future source of energy for the world. Thank you.
Okay. It's not here. ఇది సార్. Okay, once. . One. This one, CSQ అని ఉంది. ఒక్కసారి. ఇది పెట్టండి. ఇదే పేపర్స్. Good morning, everyone. I am Gayatri Verma, a second year student of Vardhaman College of Engineering, and this is my friend Ananya Sangani from GNITS. So now we wanted to talk about the topic of carbon sequestration and climate change. Now, the first question that pops up in everyone's mind is, what is carbon sequestration? What do you think is carbon sequestration? So when we hear the word carbon, the first thing that pops in our mind is carbon dioxide or CO2. CO2 is indeed a very harmful gas, a very harmful greenhouse gas, which impacts and causes many adverse effects on environmental conditions. Now, carbon sequestration is the process of capturing CO2 and storing it as atmospheric carbon dioxide in underground. Plants help a lot in this process. For example, when carbon dioxide is utilized by plants during the process of photosynthesis, the carbon dioxide is then released into soil when the plants are dried up or when they die. This carbon dioxide is therefore stored in soil so that this doesn't affect the environmental conditions due to carbon dioxide. Why this topic? So, in recent days, we've been hearing way too many terms like extreme heat waves, heavy rains and floods, melting glaciers, and many more. Why is this? The one word reason for all of this is climate change. We're at a stage where it is out of our hands to bring back the pure environment that we had at one point of time. Climate change is a very serious issue, and due to this, we are having many frequent and severe extreme weather events. These changes disrupt ecosystems and threaten biodiversity. Hence, to bring awareness about this topic, we took this up. Now, when we come to the mathematical perspective, if we look at the presented graph here, statistically, we can see a significant increase in the amount of CO2 emissions from fuel combustion between the years of 1990 and 2018. 41% of this has been only from the area of electricity and heat. In the second graph, we can clearly see that not even a single country shows any decrease in the level of CO2 emissions. So year by year, the amount of emissions from every country has been increasing adversely. Now let's talk about the existing carbon sequestration methods. First one is forest conservation and restoration. Forest conservation and restoration is nothing but conserving the present forests that we have and restoring it by planting more and more trees on a larger scale. This is implemented by REDD+, that is reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation by promoting sustainable development. The second one is carbon capture and restoration. The main ideology behind this is to capture carbon dioxide from industrial processes before release. The Snøhvit projects in Norway capture CO2 in natural gas processing, whereas the Petronova facility in Texas captures CO2 from a coal-fired power plant. The third one is blue carbon conservation and restoration. Blue carbon is nothing but the carbon dioxide that is seen in coastal areas. The main species under this area are mangroves and seagrasses. A term known as inflection point in mangroves is the point where the highest amount of pure carbon dioxide is stored in the coastal areas of these regions. That is, the highest amount of blue carbon is stored. The fourth one is direct air capture facilities. In this method, CO2 is directly captured from the atmosphere by using many technologies. Climeworks operates DAC facilities in Switzerland. This is the best example of DAC. The fifth one is afforestation and agroforestry. Afforestation is nothing but bringing back increasing the number of trees by planting more and more trees. And agroforestry is the term that is used to bring back forests at places where there were no forests before. The best example for this is Green Belt Initiative in China. The sixth and the last existing method is soil carbon sequestration. As we all know that soil is one of the most important part of a plant's growth. Hence, it is very important to enhance the amount of carbon that is present in soil. This method focuses on that part. So the amount of carbon is enhanced by using few agricultural techniques like cover cropping. Agroecological approaches promote soil health and carbon sequestration. Now I hand it over to my friend Ananya.
So we have explored on a few case studies, which include vertical forest or a Bosco verticillate. It is a way to combine high density residential development with tree planting in city centers. The main objective of vertical forest is to increase carbon sequestration through nature-based solutions, enhancing sustainable urbanization and developing climate change mitigation. So the advantages include biological habitats. Vertical forest increases biodiversity. It helps to set up an urban ecosystem where different kinds of vegetation create an environment which can also be colonized by birds and insects, and thus become a magnet for spontaneous recolonization of the city by vegetation and by animal life. Mitigation. Vertical forest helps to build a microclimate and to filter dust particles which are present in the urban environment. The diversity of the plants helps to create humidity and absorb CO2 and dust particles, produce oxygen, protect people and houses from sun rays and from pollution. Anti-sprawl. Vertical forest is an anti-sprawl measure which aims to control and reduce urban expansion. If we think of them in terms of urban densification, each tower of a vertical forest is equivalent to an area of urban sprawl of family houses and buildings of up to 50,000 square meters. This is a picture of the vertical garden. The next case study which we have chosen is Biotope City. The world's first Biotope City is located on the property of former Coca-Cola company in South Austria. Formerly, the site was completely covered with factory buildings. Instead of this, a dense green residential area is planned. Even more than that, an area which will implement the guiding principles of an urban biotope. Actually, already more than 2,000 happy residents live within the world's first official climate fit and platinum certified urban quarter, which has been finalized in 2021. The design interprets climate optimization through Green Pass and undergoes a climate resilience assessment via NVMET, achieving the first world-class Green Pass Platinum certification. The mixed-use development includes offices, a kindergarten, a residential building, a middle school, shops, and something which fosters a vibrant urban environment. Future of carbon sequestration. Advancement in technology. Ongoing research is likely to yield more sophisticated and cost-effective carbon capture and storage technologies, facilitating broader adoption and increased efficiency. Scaling up projects. As awareness and urgency regarding climate change intensifies, there is a prospect of scaling up carbon sequestration projects globally, involving larger investments and collaboration. Integration with energy systems. Carbon capture technologies may become integral compounds of energy systems, particularly in the industries where emission reduction is challenging, helping to decarbonize sectors such as heavy industry. Policy integration, cooperative initiatives, innovation in nature-based solutions. Nature-based approaches, including reforestation and ecosystem restoration, could gain prominence as viable and sustainable methods of carbon sequestration. So this research underscores the role of carbon sequestration in mitigating climate change through multifaceted approach, addressing challenges, showcasing implementations, and advocating for evolving technologies. Thank you. So we're trying to explore more in that topics. So we are more interested in the aspect of blue carbon. Yes, so we have an assist. Not towards, not anything towards the climate change. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, respected dignitaries, my teachers, and my dear friends. My topic for today is carbon sequestration and climate change. Coming to the introduction of carbon sequestration and climate change, CO2 is an important heat trapping gas and a product of usage of fossil fuels, which is also formed from wildfires and natural processes like volcanic eruptions. It's a greenhouse gas and traps heat, keeping the atmosphere warm. The natural greenhouse effect, which keeps the average global temperature intact, is suddenly supercharged due to the increase in CO2, which in turn raises the global temperature. Now, this causes a drastic climate change where carbon sequestration attempts to reduce the emissions of heat trapping gases. Coming to the details, carbon sequestration is also known as carbon capture and storage, which is a technologically based method to capture and store atmospheric carbon dioxide into a form that cannot be easily released. Yeah, just a second. Fine. Please. Fine. My paper deals with a comprehensive overview of carbon sequestration, the types which are present in carbon sequestrations developed by various masterminds, its effectiveness, and its contribution to mitigating climate change. Climate change due to global warming and its mitigation, the various effects of climate change on our biosphere. Prior to human-based CO2 emissions, that is fossil fuels, carbon cycle was a natural process which used to maintain the carbon uptake and release and which was sufficient. Now, the increased pace of emission of fuels and other carbon compounds, existing CO2 uptake mechanisms are not enough. Artificial carbon sequestration. The need for artificial carbon sequestration comes up to pace with the enormous amounts of carbon emissions. There are different types of carbon sequestration.
First is the biological carbon sequestration, in which the storage of carbon into vegetation such as soil, forests, grasslands, and oceans takes place. The next one is geological carbon sequestration, where the storage of carbon in geological forms, or more precisely rocks. Here it is again divided into two types, buoyant trapping as well as residual trapping. Coming to technological carbon sequestration, which is the third and last type, it is the storing of carbon using innovative technologies and trying to use carbon as a resource. As in the rest of the two cases, it is only dumping it into the formations, but here we are also trying to use it as a resource. Here we have three modes again: graphene production, engineered molecules, and direct air capture. Coming to climate change, the reduction of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is crucial for mitigating climate change in search of environmental peace. Addressing climate change requires a massive, multifaceted approach, commitment of individuals, communities, businesses, and governments worldwide. Every action contributes. Some of the major key changes which are due to the climate change are rise of sea level, extreme weather effects, rise in global warming, ocean acidification as suggested by Sir, and diversity loss and impact on agriculture. The primary driver of recent climate change is the increase in greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere, which is done by the heat trapping gases such as CO2. Now, practically speaking, the end of 2023 is near. How many of you have achieved what you have said to do? But if you haven't, you may want to turn to climate change for inspiration because it has achieved milestones beyond imagination. Climate change is absolutely killing it, quite literally. On a serious note, climate records have collapsed this year. Sea temperatures are historically high. The Antarctic sea ice is worryingly low. Every continent is facing extreme weather conditions. Experts say that 2023 is on track to be the hottest year on record. This is a global crisis and it affects all of us, but we aren't the only ones to be blamed. Yes, we are a small part of it, but not the major shareholders. So who gets the lion's share? Clearly, the one who has the lion's share of money, the elite. Yes, the elites are the biggest contributors to climate change, the billionaires and millionaires, the richest 1% of humanity. They account for 16% of carbon emissions in 2019. That is enough to cause more than 1 million deaths due to heat. The top 12 wealthiest men in the world produce more greenhouse gases than their annual energy emissions of 2 million homes. The names are here, but not for public shaming, but purely for clarity purposes. Some of the well-known names are Bill Gates and Elon Musk. These 12 names have a wealth of super yachts, private jets, cars, helicopters, mansions, you name it. Coming to the conclusion, that's the 12 people against 20 lakh homes. That results in 17 million tons of CO2 each year. The top richest 10% account for 50% of all the emissions, and the bottom hundreds of millions, they contribute the least to the climate change, but suffer the most. This is the greatest irony of carbon inequality. It would take about 1,500 years for someone in the bottom 99% to produce as much as carbon as the richest billionaires do in a year. Thank you.
Fatima, Rishita, and Rakshita. We are
No, sir, it's in the mail. Here, this one. Yes, sir. This. Yes, this one. Yes, yes.
Good morning, everyone. Respected teachers, my dear friends, and all the delegates present here. My name is Jay Rakshita, and I am from BVRIT Hyderabad College of Engineering for Women. I, in behalf of my friends, Mariam Fatima and Rishita, here to present my views on a very considerable impact on environment, which is impact of high-rise buildings on environment. And we address this issue by naming it as rise of buildings and collapse of environment. Firstly, I would like to take a reference of a quote. Rise as high as you can, but let your success be on the foundation, on the pillars of your foundation of humility and good deeds. Firstly, I would like to ask you all a question. What is environment? Environment? Anyone? Okay. Environment. Yes, as all of you thought, it is the collection of rivers, mountains, trees, birds, animals. But we are destroying it by many means. One of the means is by, high-rise buildings. And the main impact of high-rise buildings is energy consumption. In a building, there's an average of 50 families, and they will consume an energy of 400 to 500 kilowatts per month. And if this hydropower is used to send the in spite of sending the energy, if we use this hydropower or this water to send dry areas, there will be no drought in our country. Not only these, there are many impacts such as waste generation, water consumption, transport and infrastructure. And there's a survey conducted by China, which has around 3,000 buildings of over 150 meters. They said the buildings located near agriculture areas doesn't give a good yield, because as you all know, wide deserts are dry. The mountain ranges, which are very high, take the all moisture from the rain and do not let it pass to the deserts and make it dry. So the same issue with the sunlight, which is not given to the agricultural lands located near the buildings. And here we can see a two-story building, which is using everything very efficiently, like solar panels, cool roofs, smart thermocast, tankless water heaters, and appliances which are certified by Energy Star. You all know any appliances like refrigerators, air conditioners, the star rating decides the power consumption. And here we address this issue, and we came up with a solution by many things. Here are a few things like incorporating energy efficient design principles such as optimal orientation, natural ventilation, and high performance building envelopes to reduce the need for heating and cooling. With the increasing of technology, there's a term called HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, which uses technology to provide good air, good quality air in closed areas. So this technology is in use now in few countries. And the main thing we can do with this is rainwater harvesting. It's a very efficient way to store the rainwater by taking the water from the terrace and using suction motors purifying the water and using it to generate to all the families. And then comes, and we also came up with a revolution called vertical forest. Not only building high-rise buildings, but also planting many plants will help us overcome this issue. And high-rise buildings maximum use, actually there's also an advantage of high-rise buildings. It uses the land very efficiently, and it let us many people live in a small space of land. Here we can see many benefits of high-rise buildings also. And here is a pie chart which says how the vertical forest help to efficient use of high-rise buildings. We can see how the waste got saved by carbon savings of the nothing but the fuel, and the water savings by acquiring those vertical forest and rainwater harvesting. Here in few countries, these are all the names of the eco-friendly houses which are built, such as greenhouse, eco building, eco home, and our revolution named vertical forest. And in conclusion, I would like to say, living in a big city like Hyderabad, we cannot stop the population and the growing of urbanization, but we can shape our cities by adopting few qualities, as I mentioned before, by implementing green building certificates using recycled and locally sourced materials, And as we as the social animals should step forward and adapt these efficient ways and help our future generations to live happily and safely. So hope you all like my views and our research, and I'd like to conclude. Thank you all.
Mail. కాదు సార్ ఒక్క సెకండ్ ఇంకా లింక్ వచ్చింది కదా సార్ లింక్ రాలేదా ఒక్క సెకండ్ Yes, sir. Should I resume the share? It's not sharing in the live thing. I have to resume it. Idi, sir. Oh yeah, it's. A warm and pleasant morning to one and all present here. I'm Tanishka Kalidindi of IT department from first year in College of BVRIT Hyderabad, College of Engineering for Women. I'm here to present my research work representing my team on the topic fashion victims, how fashion and beauty industry influence or affect the environment and biodiversity. The abstract of my research work is given. It all says about the fashion and beauty industry, while contributing significantly to the global economy, it has been played a major role in environmental degradation and biodiversity loss. From the excessive use of natural resources for their raw material and also disposing non-biodegradable material onto the lands. As we already know, fashion industry and beauty industry has always been a booming industry from the past 20 years. It has multiplied its production very drastically, and also the influence of it on the environment also increased. So my research work also includes animal ethics, which is nothing but experimenting on animals, harmful effects of textile waste, which is soil and land pollution and water pollution, and cosmetic impact on the environment. So coming to the land pollution, as we already know, most of them use synthetic material nowadays, as it's cheap and also very renewable to use. But
do you know the synthetic material take almost 200 years to degrade? So we can take a case study regarding this with the Chile's desert, which is the Atacama Desert, where most of the cloth dumping is done. But now we get a question, from where this all clothes coming from? It's actually the Chile is a hub for a Chile is a hub for second-hand and unsold clothes, which are coming from different parts of the country, like China, Asia, and Europe. The leftover clothes come to the northern part of the Chile, and then there is further production done there, and the leftover clothes are taken to the southern part of the Chile, which is the Atacama Desert, where the dumping is done. As we know, the people living there, they have mentioned that the garbage has many lots of collections of different kind of variety of clothes coming from the vast of the country. And also, they also mentioned that these this garbage is not allowed to be dumped in the municipal landfills because it contains synthetic clothes, as they are non-biodegradable, and also contains textile chemicals in it. So the municipality of the government does not allow them to dump in the environmental government lands. Coming to water pollution, the main sources for water pollution are two things, which is the chemicals used in the cosmetic industry are dumped into or disposed into the water bodies without treating them. And the second is the textile industry goes through dyeing procedure, where the textile is being colored with different colors. And then afterwards, the chemical which is used is disposed into the water bodies, which may affect the water body environment and also the marine life in the water. I want to tell about animal testing. Yes, animal used in experiments. Here is a pie chart of different animals which are being used in experimenting. So yeah, animal experimenting generally contains of injecting, forcefully feeding animals, removing organs from animals, and testing on them, and forcefully making them inhale toxic gases, and also creating a situation of anxiety and depression to study the cases. So now we have to, after finding a problem on this, we have to also find a solution for it, right? So we come up with different solutions, like designers and brands can define the fibers, and they can use fibers which are renewable sources, agriculture waste, and recycled material. We can also host clothes swapping. We can repair and alter our clothes frequently. And also, to reduce the animal testing, we can make a record of which animals are being used. And yes, I want to conclude by saying that sustainable fashion is not the trend, but the future. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm BA department studying in BRIT, Hyderabad. As we all know, soil is the main soil is the foundation. Soil is the foundation and which is crucially played in the construction of high-rise buildings. As we all know, population is increasing and there is a scarcity of land and expensive too, partially in big cities like Hyderabad, Mumbai and all. Developers and builders have already started building high-rise buildings in large number. High-rise buildings are often related with high resources consequences as high-rise buildings need large amount of materials and large amount of construction is being done. There are both positive and negatives in high-rise buildings. This is as positive in high-rise buildings is we can actually have social interaction with other residential people and know what is happening in and around things and negatives. And negatives are as high-rise buildings are very high, the people beside high-rise buildings the sunrise blocks the high-rise buildings. It may also lead noise pollution. In the time of earthquake, they have high risk of getting affected. Sustainable materials. To minimize the environment impact on high-rise buildings, incorporating green space, organizing water usage, and promoting effective water management practices. I conclude that the impact of high-rise buildings on the environment is multi-phase. While they contribute to urbanization, effective land use, there is their construction and all. And sustainability design and construction practices coupled with green technology are crucial between urban development and environmental consequences. Thank you.
So Ayesha, if you are available online, you can share your screen. So now it comes to the turn of online papers. So who is ready with online paper? Please raise hand here and you can share your screen. No problem. Last 3 papers only of the session. Share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Om Namo Venkateshwara. Sir, I'm Swati from third degree. My fever situation and situation. First of all, what is the situation? Natural and deliberate process by which CO2 is removed from the atmosphere or diverted from emission sources and stored.
The online presentation. She is presenting. Online, some student from SPW is presenting. Where it will come?
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, go ahead, Amma.
Sorry for the disturbance, sir. Sir, network problem. Can I continue, sir? First of all, carbon dioxide is the most commonly produced greenhouse gas. Carbon sequestration is the
బయటికి రావట్లేదు కదా ఓన్లీ ఇయర్దే కదా అప్పుడు దీన్ని తీసేసేయాలి తీసేస్తే దీనికి అవుట్పుట్ వస్తుంది కదా ల్యాప్టాప్ నుంచి
ఇప్పుడు దాన్ని పెట్టుకోవచ్చు కదా అదేదో ముందు దీని అవుట్పుట్ చిన్న స్పీకర్ ఉన్నారు దీనికి పెడితే ఇక్కడ
తీసేస్తే ల్యాప్టాప్ నుంచి బయటికి ఇప్పుడు మీది ఏంటంటే ఒకటి హెడ్సెట్ పెడితేనే మీకు వాల్యూమ్ వస్తుంది అలా
హలో
Sir, am I audible?
హలో
Sir, am I audible, Sir, am I audible, sir? Internet connection. Sir? Excuse me, sir. Sir? Good morning, sir. I am P. Swati from GTJC, SPW and PG CTD. Sir, sorry for the disturbance. It is a network issue. I am starting now, sir. My topic is carbon sequestration and climate mitigation. First of all, carbon dioxide is the most commonly produced greenhouse gas. Carbon sequestration is the process of capturing and storing atmospheric carbon dioxide. It is one method of reducing the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, the goal of reducing climate change. But first of all, what is carbon sequestration? The term carbon sequestration is used to describe both natural and deliberate processes by which CO2 is either removed from the atmosphere are diverted from emission sources and stored in the ocean, terrestrial environments like vegetation, soils, and sediments, and geological formations. There are so many types of carbon sequestration. One of them is carbon sequestration. Biological carbon sequestration is the natural ability of life and ecosystems to store carbon. Forests, trees, marshes, and coastal wetlands are particularly good at storing carbon. Carbon can be stored in plant tissue such as long-lived tree bark or in intensive root systems. Microbes break down plant and animal tissue through decomposition. Blue carbon is the term for atmospheric carbon captured by oceans and coastal wetland ecosystems. This diagram shows the biological carbon sequestration. And we go for next one, geological carbon sequestration. Geological carbon sequestration is a process of storing carbon dioxide. Such as such as power plant or natural gas processing facility and injected into porous rock for long-term storage. Carbon capture and storage allow the use of fossil fuels until another energy source is introduced on a large scale. About the geological carbon sequestration, where carbon is stored in rocks as long-term storage carbon. Next one is oceanic carbon sequestration. The vast oceans are primary long-term sink for human CO2 emissions. Currently, accounting for a global net uptake of about 2 gigatons of carbon annually. This While absorbing atmospheric CO2 reduction as the oceans, many organisms and ecosystems depend on the farming carbonate elements and sediments that are vulnerable to dissolute in acidic waters. This diagram explains about the whole oceanic filtration process. And we'll go for next one, terrestrial carbon sequestration. Terrestrial carbon sequestration is a process that captures and stores carbon dioxide in vegetation and soil within a few feet of the Earth's surface.
ఎవరు అడ్జస్ట్ చేసుకోమన్నారు ఎవరు అడ్జస్ట్ చేసుకున్నాను నేను నాకేం కాంపెన్సేషన్ ఎవరికి వాళ్ళతో
Carbon dioxide is transferred into components necessary for plants to live and grow. As part of this process, the carbon present in the atmosphere as carbon dioxide becomes part of the plant in a leaf, stem, roots, and the carbon is fixed by a long period of time. Once the plant dies or leaves, seeds or blossoms drop from the plant material decomposes and the carbon is released. Trees are valuable and greater amounts of carbon are tied up for longer time periods. This beautiful picture explains about the terrestrial carbon sequestration process. Some policy makers, engineers, and scientists global warming have proposed new technologies of carbon sequestration. These technologies include a geoengineering proposal called carbon capture and storage. In carbon capture and storage process, carbon dioxide is first separated from other gases contained in industrial emissions. It is then compressed and transported to a location that is isolated from the atmosphere for a long-term storage. Suitable storage locations might include geological formations such as deep saline formations, depleted oil and gas reservoirs, or the deep ocean. Although CCS is typically refers to the capture of carbon dioxide directly as the and from the surrounding air. Like these industries storing carbon for a long-term storage, converted it as useful things. Then finally, what is the impact of carbon sequestration? Then how we will mitigate climate changes by using carbon sequestration methods. About 25% of our carbon emissions have historically been captured by Earth's forests, farms, and grasslands. Scientists and land managers are working to keep landscapes vegetated and soil hydrated for air of the ocean, but this raises the water's acidity, and ocean acidification makes it harder for marine animals to build their shells. Scientists and the fishing industry are taking proactive steps to monitor the changes from carbon sequestration and adapt fishing practices. Thank you for giving this opportunity, sir. Global warming, tree is the answer. Thank you, sir.
Sir, good morning. Sir. Hello, good morning, sir. English.
Hello? Hello?
We now
Hello? Hello?
Coming. Saujanya, can you present, share your screen? Saujanya from Guntur. Sai Prashanti. Okay. Madam, Annie madam. తను ఒకసారి రమ్మంటారా ఫిజిక్స్ ల్యాబ్? నవ్ ఇట్ విల్ వర్క్. ఇది ఆన్ చేస్తే ఆడియో విల్ వర్క్ నవ్. ఒకసారి కాల్ చేయండి. ఉంది దీనికి డైరెక్ట్ వచ్చేస్తుంది. అర్థం కావట్లేదు. ఇది వస్తున్నాడా? ఓన్లీ చేస్తే సౌండ్ వచ్చేసి అక్కడ చూస్తే అయిపోతుంది. ఓకే అక్కడ రావాలి. Yes to come. సౌండ్ కొంచెం తగ్గించండి. అట్లా ఏంటో బటన్ చూడాలి. సౌండ్ ఎందుకు ఇక్కడ అయినదా? నాబుల్ ఏం లేవు. కిందకి రావాలి. Mute లో ఉన్నారు. Mute చేయండి. కాదమ్మా అన్మ్యూట్.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Sir, screen share.
Screen is shared.
సార్ చేయమంటారా సార్? స్క్రీన్ షేర్ చేయమంటారా?
Continue.
కంటిన్యూ.
ఇప్పుడు రావాలి కదండి. వినిపిస్తుంది నా ఫోన్ వినిపిస్తుంది. ఇంకా వాళ్ళే ఒకసారి వస్తుంది ఒకసారి మీరు ఇక్కడ మ్యూట్ చేసి సార్ మీరు రిలీజ్ చేసి
సార్ ఇక్కడ మ్యూట్ చేస్తే ఎక్కువ
తీసేసండి.
మీరు అన్మ్యూట్ చేయండి సౌజన్య.
సార్ అన్మ్యూట్
సౌజన్య మీరు అన్మ్యూట్
సార్ అన్మ్యూట్ చేయాలా సార్?
అన్మ్యూట్ చేయమ్మా. ఇప్పుడు అన్మ్యూట్ చేశారు. ప్రజెంట్ ఇప్పుడు రెడ్ వస్తుంది.
ఇప్పుడు ఆడుతున్న
అన్మ్యూట్ చేయండి మీరు.
సార్ సార్ అన్మ్యూట్ చేశాను సార్.
మీరు అన్మ్యూట్ చేయలేరు.
ఇప్పుడు చేశాను చూడండి సార్.
ఇప్పుడు మాట్లాడండి. నవ్ ఇట్ ఇస్ అన్మ్యూటెడ్. మీరు మైక్రోఫోన్ ఏదైనా వాడాలండి, ఇయర్ ఫోన్ కానీ. మీరు డైరెక్ట్ మాట్లాడుతున్నారు, మాకు వినిపించట్లేదు. చేశారు మళ్ళీ.
ఇప్పుడు వినిపిస్తుంది.
మైక్ తో మాట్లాడాలి.
ఇప్పుడు చూడండి సార్.
Rita, can you share, Rita? Yeah, we could hear you. You continue. Saujanya, please hold on. Now you have speakers. Madam will take Rita and then we will take your paper.
Sir,
Rita,
I can't share my screen.
You share your screen and continue.
Sir, I can't share my screen because of other participant is sharing the screen.
Saujanya, please stop sharing. Let Rita complete it, then you will present it. You stop sharing. Saujanya, stop sharing. Let Rita complete her paper, then you will continue. Just be ready by that time. Don't worry, another 5 minutes. Go ahead, Rita.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, all of you. I am Rita Kapkoti from Uttarakhand. I'm a PhD scholar of Kumaon University, Nainital, Pandit B.D. Pandey campus, Bageshwar. Today, I am here to presenting my research paper on biodiversity of agriculturally important insect pulses of Saryu Valley, Kumaon, Himalaya, Uttarakhand. These are my contents. First one, title, purpose of the study, abstract, introduction, objectives of the study, research methodology, and then result and discussion, conclusion, finally references. This is my research title, biodiversity of agriculturally important insect of Saryu Valley, Kumaon, Himalaya, Uttarakhand. These are the purpose of the study. Sir, in this region, many farmers are illiterate. They have lack of knowledge about new techniques of farming, and farmers are not aware for the diversity of insect used in farming, which cause huge damage to the crops. So, to provide the information regarding diversity of insect pests, their damaging states, nature, and extent of damage, etc. To make aware of suitable management techniques that has to be applied for preventing losses, to promote the traditional and organic farming of production of pulse crop in villages, and spread the adequate knowledge and various scientific techniques of pulse crop production among farmers without harming environment. And finally, to develop the suitable method and techniques for the pest control of pulse crop in Kumaon hilly region of central Himalayan range. This is the abstract. Uttarakhand is a hilly state, our region in my place, small fields are using for cultivation, and here all the fields are not together. One field is here and second is there. Suppose that one farmer had more than 2 fields. One field is 300 meter away from his house, and second maybe 500 meter away from his house. So these are the Uttarakhand. That means Uttarakhand is a hilly state, and the agriculture in this stage is rainfed. In hilly agriculture, a lot of diversity of insect can be seen. Mostly insect are pests that damage crop. This is the reason production of this stage is low. This is the introduction. Kapkot is situated on the banks of river Saryu, hence it is also called Saryu Valley. Saryu is originated from Sahasradhara, which is a holy palace for us, and it is a near Pindari Glacier. I think you know all about Pindari Glacier. It is a mostly important palace of famous palace of Uttarakhand, Pindari Glacier. Pulses like soya bean, black gram bean, horse gram, pea, lentil, rajma, lobia. These are locally known. Soya bean locally known as bhat, black gram locally known as bean, mas, and horse gram locally known as gahat. Pea locally known as kayu, lentil locally known as masoor, rajma locally known as soot, and lobia also known as soot are very popular pulses. These are still remaining under exploitation legume crop and belong to the family Fabaceae. The grain of these pulses are used for the human consumption as well as prepared for birude. Birude is a traditional dish of Uttarakhand, which is prepared on the occasion of Panchami. Panchami is a famous festival of Uttarakhand, and this festival is dedicated to Ma Parvati. Then there are many reasons of the low productivity, like biotic, fungal disease, other disease, insect, stray animals and wild animals, and abiotic snow falling, low temperature, frost damage, drought, etc. But the serious problem of the low productivity is insect diversity. Various major and minor insect pests are responsible to damage the crops. Pulses are the plant of pulses. All parts of the plants offer food, shelter, and reproduction site for insects. This is the Coleoptera is the largest group in the class insect. These are my objects. The diversity of insect pests on major pulse crop hut mass etc. of Saryu Valley, Kumaon region, district Bageshwar. Identification of various insect pests. This is the research methodology. Research area Saryu Valley Kapkot, and research conducted during 2023 to 2022 to 23 in the open condition. And the research of the mostly insect diversity was seen in the month of July to October. During the survey, 5 fields were observed for each pulse crop, and from each field 3 plants were selected and observed for diversity of insect pest. This is my collection. This is the methods of insect collection. First one is hand picking. Some insects linked tightly to the plant like scales, mealybug, bugs, mites, etc. were collected by hand picking using a paintbrush and forceps. The location of the plant from where the insect were picked was be noted. Second one is visual search. Visual search examine 10 plants up to the height of 2 meters and then collecting the insect and counting. Then sweep net. Sweep net is standard 38 centimeter diameter muslin sweep net was used. 10 sweeps per field were taken covering the top and bottom foliage of plant. After each sweep, the net was checked to collect the trapped insect, which were transferred to plastic containers for identification. Then plant shaking. Shaking the plants to dissolve the insect present on them. 10 plants were randomly selected and each plant shaken 5 to 6 times over a white cloth seed placed underneath. The insect that fell on the seed were collected by brushing them into containers. Then this is the result and discussion. Total 19 species of insect pests were belonging to various families. Fewer than 7 orders were observed. First one is Hemiptera, Coleoptera, Lepidoptera, Hymenoptera, and Orthoptera, and other. These are the pests. Coccinella, Nazara virula, Apis fabaceae, Galpa, and second whitefly, Helicoverpera, Armigera, Apis indica, Lasius niger, and Chrysodexis, Apion clavis, Lampid bioticus, hairy caterpillar, Cletis, and blister beetle, Bothrogonia, Coccinella, Septum punctata, that is ladybird beetle, which is a biocontrol. And this is my conclusion. The present study about the diversity of insect pest of major pulse in the Kapkot area of Bageshwar district will help the farmers to identify insect pests and take appropriate steps to manage their population in order to avoid reduction in yield at appropriate times. These are my references, and thank you. Hello. Hello, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, stop sharing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Other paper. Yeah. Saujanya. Yeah, you stop sharing.
Okay,
Yeah,
sir.
yes,
Okay.
yes. Yeah, Saujanya, now you can share. Please take 5 to 6 minutes. And because few more papers are there. Saujanya, are you ready now? Unmute yourself. Share your screen. Saujanya, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Yeah. Now you present it.
Okay, sir.
Ma, we are not able to hear you. Unmute on your video. Listen, I'm giving it from phone. Saujanya.
Sir, are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes, yeah. Go ahead.
Sir, we are from Vigyan Degree College, Guntur from Andhra Pradesh. We are the microbiology students specialized in dairy microbiology. We are doing our project on bacterial examination of milk. So first of all, we concentrated on threat of plastic waste on cow and buffaloes and their impact on human life. Yes, first of all, what is plastic? Plastic, it is a Greek word. It is a chemical component. It was first discovered by Alexander Parker in 1860. Nowadays, 16,000 billions of plastic is producing per year. So plastic material containing all the ingredients, it's become very essential to our life. It is nothing but a polymer chain, long chain. Here you can see the structure of plastic. Plastic, it is a synthetic polymer derived from the products of petroleum. Nothing but it is a byproduct of petroleum. So the plastic can be made by polymerization of monomers derived from petroleum and they will be combined together. Here you can see how it can impact when the cow will ingestion. Ingestion means intaking of plastic, which consists of some of the food ingredients. It directly enters into the intestine and causes health hazards to the cow. When the same cow milk, which is taken by the humans, it also affects the human life. So here, the plastic which is taken by the cow, it accumulates in the intestinal tract, that is nothing but alimentary tract. So the ruminant, which is unable to take the sufficient food, so it becomes starvation. The milk produces by this cow, which become toxic. These toxins enters into the bloodstream and causes disorders to the humans and also to the cow. First of all, here we are discussing what are the factors affecting to take the cow, intake the plastic. First of all, the livestock renders under expensive type of farming. That is normal. Some people are having cows and buffaloes in the near to their houses. So they leave the cows and buffaloes freely. So these cows and buffaloes takes the plastics which is present on the roadsides and canals which is present on the outside. So avoid this free floating of this, and we can avoid this by risk of feeding on plastic. So mainly mineral deficiency also plays an important role in intaking of plastic by the buffaloes. Calcium and phosphorus deficiency will be causes disorders in the appetite of the animals. So to satisfy their hunger, they eat the inanimate objects. That means nothing but plastic and other products, which leads to the body syndromes. Due to the urbanization also, there is extensive use of plastics, which can be thrown away in the roads. So the ruminant animals will take the plastics. This plastic consists of some of the food particles. Drought and floods. Due to the floods and droughts, these animals will take, there is no fodder, there is no food for the buffaloes. So they take this plastic as a food. Sex of the animal also plays an important role, strongly influence the ingestion of the foreign part. Mainly female buffalo can very easily intake the plastic. So it causes very disturbance in the stomach. It loses its energy. It becomes starvation when compared to the males. Why? Because this plastic may also affect the pregnancy of the buffaloes. Normally, people will have the more female buffaloes than that of the male buffaloes. Here you can see the during the floods condition, the buffaloes can take the plastic. Here also, this is the female and male buffalo. Effect of plastic on cow. The milking, when the cow takes the plastic, it first causes yield of it. First affect the yield of milk. The cow is unable to give the sufficient milk due to the plastic which is present accumulate the intestine. It absorbs the fatty acid and causes disturbance in the milking area. So it causes loss of economy. So while taking of this plastic, the cow shows asymptomatic symptoms. These plastics, sometimes it also consists of some of the nails, wires, and sharp objects. So the polythene bag taken, the polythene bag which is having nails, wires, and sharp items can be taken by the buffalo. These causes the cutting. Sometimes they also causes the cutting of the heart. They may causes trauma. So these causes disturbances. It may lead to the death of the cow also. The plastic materials consist of chemicals. They mainly affect on the estrogen activity of the cow. It also affects the reproductive system of the cow, which leads to abortions, unable to produce complete, unable to complete their cycle. It may also lead to the puberty. Here you can see the premature delivery and there is a difficulties in the embryonic formation. So the chemicals which is the plastic which affect on the estrogen activity of the buffalo, mainly female buffalo, they affect on the reproductive cycle, reproductive mechanism. It causes less sperm count in case of buffaloes.
Saujanya, conclude.
So finally what we want to say is impact of human health by consuming these plastic. By consuming these plastic, the plastic which consists of a BPA and TPP, which is the products of the plastics, which is consumed or consumed by the humans, they affect on the liver, pancreas, muscle, adipose tissue, and sometimes it may causes effect on the brain. So what we want to think is this is the effect, the plastics which is taken by the buffalo, the milk can be taken by the infants, it causes protein disorders, liver disorders, the person unable to grow normally. This is our theme. Due to the plastic taken, due to the milk taken by the cow, which feeds on plastic, causes impact. What finally we conclude that we must gaze the animals with very carefully and educate the people who are having the buffaloes. So avoid plastics, say no to the plastics. If you are not using plastic, there is no wastage of the plastics. The animals doesn't take the plastic. Thank you all.
Thank you, Saujanya. Yeah, you can stop sharing your screen so we can permit other. Sai Prashanti, are you ready to share your screen? Sai Prashanti. So we'll move on to SPW lab. So if students are there, Pranavi, Radhakrishna Garu, can you respond from SPW lab?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Share your screen. Go ahead.
I'm Bhavani from SPW Degree College in Tirupati. I'm discussing about biodiversity and human life. The importance of biodiversity to human life. It may not be clear why biologists are concerned about biodiversity loss is thought of as the extension of the passenger pigeon, birds, and even the old mammoth. The loss may appear to be an emotional one. It is cause for extinction of species and animals, birds, but is the loss practically important for the welfare of the human species? For the perspective of evolution and ecology, the four main levels of biodiversity: species biodiversity, genetic biodiversity, ecosystem biodiversity, and global biodiversity. Biodiversity is usually explored at three levels: genetic diversity, species diversity, and ecosystem diversity. These three levels work together to create the complexity of life on Earth. Types of biodiversity. These three species are more important to balance diversity and environment. Biodiversity is all the different kinds of life you will find in one area, the variety of animals, plants, fungi, and even microorganisms like bacteria that make up our natural world. The term biodiversity from biological diversity refers to the variety of life on Earth to all its cultural biodiversity is a term used most people recognize biodiversity by species, a group of individual living organisms that can interbreed. Biodiversity is term used to describe the enormous variety of life on Earth. It can be used more specifically to refer to all of the species in one region or ecosystem. Biodiversity refers to every living thing, including plants, bacteria, animals, and humans. This biodiversity means life of variation of species. Importance of biodiversity. Human health and biodiversity is most important to protect them. Keeping biodiversity ecosystems intact helps humans stay healthy. Biodiversity can protect human health. We have to protect biodiversity. Biodiversity is an essential part of the solution to climate change. We can balance the biodiversity. To all. If biodiversity conservation is not done efficiently, each species would eventually become extinct due to lack of appetite and hunger. This scenario has been a big issue for the last few decades, and many unique species have already become extinct. To survive, human beings use and consume an increasing number of oceans. The destruction of forests and the pollution of the environment and water are endangering the survival of all species. We have the responsibility to protect biodiversity and save life, save biodiversity, save life. This is the conclusion for biodiversity and human life. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Next speaker, Amma. Jyoti, or whoever is there. Naga Ushasri. No. Well, online. Okay, we will take her. This FW lab, let it complete. Or then we will take
Sir.
Yeah, share your screen, Amma. Your name.
Naga Ushasri, sir.
Oh, Naga Ushasri. Go ahead.
Yes. SPW degree and PG college, sir.
Your presentation you share. First
Yes,
stop
sir.
this one.
Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir. Sir, 1 minute.
మీ screen share చేయలేదు. Still that old presentation is there. You stop sharing that.
because that is from your system only. First stop it and share your.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 1 minute.
Okay, okay. Well, they are all from one lab because they don't do individually in a Naga system.
Yes, sir. Files video option.
Share your screen.
Sir, 1 minute, sir. It's hard.
Desktop lo undi.
అక్కడ ఎవరైనా ఫ్యాకల్టీ హెల్ప్ తీసుకోండి అమ్మా.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
ఇప్పుడు మీరు స్క్రీన్ షేర్ స్టాప్ చేశారు, మీ ప్రెజెంటేషన్ ఓపెన్ చేసి దాన్ని షేర్ చేయండి. Yeah, first you should open the presentation, then share. ఎవరు ప్రెజెంటేషన్ రెడీ ఉంటే వాళ్ళు చేయండి. డోంట్ వరీ అబౌట్.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. చేస్తాను.
Your presentation is not seen.
Hello, sir.
Presentation not shared amma.
Not shared.
లేదమ్మా, నేను వేరు. Yes, go ahead amma.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir. Am I audible, sir? Hello, sir.
You are audible. Continue.
Yes, sir. Sir, I am K. Nagavishasri from 3rd BSc Biotechnology, SPW Degree Technology College. My topic is roles of biodiversity in environmental studies. What is meant by biodiversity is it is the variety of all living things and their interactions. Biodiversity changes over time as extinction occurs and new species evolve. Some scientists often speak that there are 3 levels of diversity. There are species diversity. Species diversity means it is the variety of different species which is found in a particular area. It is the biodiversity at the most basic level. All species which is ranging. Second one is the genetic diversity. It refers to the variations among the genetic resources of the organisms. Every individuals and particular species differ based on their genetics only. Ecological diversity. Ecosystem. Ecosystem is a collection of living and non-living things and their interaction with each other. There are the 3 types of diversity. These are species, genetic, and ecological diversity. There are many different ways to measure biodiversity. Role of diversity in agriculture. Biodiversity is very important in agriculture because it helps to create healthy soils, pollinators, and pest control. When there is a high level of biodiversity in an area, the soil will be healthier and more nutrient rich. This leads to better crops that contain more nutrients that are needed for human consumption. Then I concluded that from the role of biodiversity, the environmental studies, I concluded that we have to conserve our environment by taking some measures, and also it can help us to create healthier environment. And also we also less prone to the pollution that causes so many diseases to the living organism. The slogan is conserve biodiversity, conserve your lives. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, amma. You give it to next speaker. Next presentation. Stop it first. Stop sharing screen. So then they will start. అవును ఈసారి చెప్దాం.
ఎక్కడ ఇది చెప్తున్నారా చెప్పండి. ఇది ఎగ్జిట్ చేశాను.
Vaishnavi is there?
No, sir, I am C. Jyoti.
Okay, Jyoti. Share your screen and increase little volume there.
Okay, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes.
I am
Audible
C.
amma on your video.
Yes, sir. Video. Yes, sir. I am C. Jyoti from 3rd BSc BTech JC from SPW Degree College, Tirupati. Hello.
Audible amma, continue.
Okay, sir. Today I am presenting before you all the topic biodiversity conservation issues and threats. Before going to the topic,
మా మీరు కంటిన్యూ చేయండి.
sir, wait a minute. Screenshot. Before going to the topic, first of all, we know what is meant by biodiversity. Biodiversity or biological diversity is the variety and variability of life on Earth. Biodiversity is a measure of variation at the genetic, species, and ecosystem level. Here we can see types of biodiversity. That is genetic biodiversity, species diversity, ecosystem diversity. Genetic diversity means diversity of genes within a species. Species diversity means diversity among species in an ecosystem. Ecosystem diversity means diversity of a habitat in an unit area. What is biodiversity conservation? Biodiversity conservation is the protection and management of biodiversity to obtain resources for sustainable development. Biodiversity conservation has main three objectives. First one, to preserve the diversity of species. Second one, sustainable utilization of species and ecosystem. Third one, to maintain life supporting systems and essential ecological process. What is the aim of conservation of biodiversity? Biodiversity conservation has mainly objectives to preserve the diversity of species. First one, to preserve the diversity of species. Secondly, sustainable utilization of species and ecosystem, and to maintain life supporting systems and essential ecological process. There are some conservation principles. Protect large, contiguous, and distributed areas wherever possible. Second one, preserve working forest and farmland potential wherever possible. Maintain, create, or restore broad buffer zones between natural areas and human-dominant uses, including development and agriculture. There are mainly two biodiversity conservation methods. First one, in situ conservation, and second one, ex situ conservation. What is meant by in situ conservation? In situ conservation of biodiversity is the conservation of species within their natural habitat. In this method, the natural ecosystem is maintained and protected. Here you can see clearly what is meant by in situ and ex situ. The in situ conservation has several advantages. Following are the important advantages of in situ conservation. It is a cost-effective and convenient method of conserving biodiversity. A large number of living organisms can be conserved simultaneously. Since the organisms are in a natural ecosystem, they can evolve better and can easily adjust to different environmental conditions.
Certain protected areas where in situ conservation takes place include national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, and biosphere reserves. Next, ex situ conservation. Ex situ conservation of biodiversity involves the breeding and maintenance of endangered species in artificial ecosystems such as zoos, nurseries, botanical gardens, gene banks, etc. There is less competition for food, water, and space among the organisms. Ex situ conservation has the following advantages. Here you can see clearly advantages of ex situ conservation. The animals are provided with a longer time and breeding activity. The species bred in captivity can be used for the preservation of endangered species. Major issues of biodiversity conservation are climate change, pollution, destruction of habitats, invasive alien species, overexploitation of natural environment, and threats to conservation of biodiversity. Before going to this topic, what is meant by threat? Threat is an expression of intention to inflict evil, injury, or damage. Threats may include pollution or development pressure, alteration or suppression of ecological process, normal ecological succession, the spread of invasive or noxious species, and even climate change. These threats and their associated impacts affect all conservation projects regardless of their size. Prevention of threats. How do we prevent threats? We would not be able to survive in times to come if the biodiversity continues to decline. Humans must keep a check on their activities and stop exploiting flora and fauna for serving their own selfish purposes. They must instead contribute towards the conservation of biodiversity. Why should you conserve biodiversity? It is believed that an area with higher species abundance has more stable environment compared to an area with lower species abundance. We can further claim the necessity of biodiversity by considering our degree of dependency on the environment. We depend directly on various species of plants for our various needs. Similarly, we depend on various species of animals and microbes for different reasons. Biodiversity is being lost due to the loss of habitat, overexploitation of resources, climate changes, pollution, invasive exotic species, diseases, hunting, etc. Since it provides us with several economic and ethical benefits and add aesthetic value, it is very important to conserve biodiversity. And finally, I conclude that to survive, human beings use and consume an increasing number of natural resources. The overexploitation of the oceans, the destruction of the process, and the pollution, environment, and water are endangered the survival of all species. And finally, protect biodiversity by preserving the environment and loving species. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Amma. So, Roshnavi is there?
Yes, sir.
First, stop sharing this and quickly see. People need not read all the presentation content. So, some important points you can. Okay. So, don't read the whole thing.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Share your screen.
Yes, sir. Is it visible,
Yeah,
sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries and all the listeners. I have chosen the topic of need of education on critical importance of wildlands and the biodiversity they support. I am M. Roshnavi from 3rd BSc BTZC and I am from the College of SPW Degree and PG College, TTD and Tirupati. Here are the topics of my selected topic. Let us continue with the introduction. What is biodiversity? Biodiversity is the variety of life on Earth and it is essential for the life. It is essential for the well-being of humans and the planet. However, both biodiversity and wildlands are under threat from human activities such as biodiversity, overexploitation, pollution, and climatic change. Therefore, it is important to raise awareness and educate people about the value and importance of biodiversity and wildland and how to protect and conserve them.
And next topic is education critical to ensure future of forest and reserve their destructions. The UN drew attention to the vital role that forests play in addressing some of the world's greatest environment challenges on Thursday, and the importance of tackling the issue that threaten them, such as deforestation and land degradation. And also marking the 2019 International Day of Forest, the UN Food and Agriculture Organization FAO launched a new forestry education initiative aimed at raising awareness among young people about their sustainable use and conversional and some of the major challenges related to the forest education. And here are some pictures of them motivating the children and also awareing the children. And they are also planting some of the trees for the awareness, and also they are guiding the children of planting more trees. And next topic was forestry facts. There are more facts about forestry, and here are some of the facts of forestry. 1.6 billion people need forest for food, and also 80% of biodiversity on land live in forest and trees. And forests provide 75% of world's fresh water, and 1/3 of the world's largest city draw their drinking water from the forest. And also we can see in the pictures that all of the tribal peoples and also lives in the forest, and they live happily, and there are many causes of using the forest items. And let's move to the another topic is biodiversity is essential for our planet, our climate, and our health. Urgent global action on biodiversity is critical. A year ago, a report by the International Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Service found that 1 million species are at risk of extinction more than ever before in human history. Many other challenges facing biodiversity have caused this growing crisis. Here are 5 reasons we need urgent action on biodiversity. Biodiversity is already suffering from human actions. The extinction rate today is 10 to 100 times higher than the past 10 million years. And biodiversity and human health are deeply interconnected. Biodiversity is an essential tool in fighting the climatic crisis. Biodiversity loss disproportionately affected poor and indigenous communities. Here are some of the points of they are highly affected to the biodiversities. And next topic was what we can do to preserve and protect biodiversity. Ours is the first generation that understand in detail the damage that it is causing to biodiversity, and the last with the time of making a difference. We need new ways to farming using land of different purposes. Exactly how we do that is currently much debated. A growth threat is climate change, which is both driven by that drive biodiversity loss. Reducing emission and absorbing carbon will be an essential route to reducing biodiversity loss. And here also we can see that images that we have to protect our biodiversity and all the environment around us. And the next topic was forest trees and wild biodiversity and their contribution to nutrition. Wild foods wild foods from forest and agriculture land with tree cover can make important contributor diversity often increase the nutrition density to local diets and the central social culture important of many traditionals. And also we can see in the pictures that our soil may contain lots of nutrients and minerals and vitamins. And next topic was future scope. The Global Biodiversity Framework is a new global agreement that aims to guide action worldwide through 2030 to preserve and protect nature and its essential service to people. India has its own national emission on biodiversity and human well-being, which seeks to bring biodiversity and conversion to the forefront of in Indian science policy and society attention. Here I conclude that, however, the journey is going on, the challenges persist. Continued vigilance, education, and sustainable practices are crucial to ensure the long-term survival of India's remarkable biodiversity, thereby securing a better future of both its wildlife and generation to come. And here the quote of the day is, "Come forth into the light of things, let nature be your teacher." Thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity, sir.
Thank you, Roshnavi.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Srineha is there? VBIT online. You stop sharing your screen, Roshnavi. Sharing, you stop it. Yeah, Srineha, are you ready? Srineha,
Yes,
are
sir.
you there?
I need 5 minutes.
Share your presentation on your video.
Just a minute and చెప్పి తొందర అయ్యో
Please respond. Are you there or not? Okay. Don't worry. Even in the evening, we will take, if you are ready. Vijay Kumar Garu, you have some hand. Okay, please respond. That SPW labs, there is a hand raising. Is there anything? Please speak. We want to conclude this session here.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Tell what is your name?
Srineha.
Srineha. Okay. You take 5 minutes quickly. Share your screen and then on your video.
Yes, sir.
Please share, Amma. Unmute. Any difficulty, don't worry, you will take you in the next session. Don't be panic.
Hello. Yes, I'm able to.
Yes.
I'm trying to share the screen. I'm trying to share the screen. Can you please give me 5 minutes?
5 minutes paper.
Hello, sir.
See your paper time only, Ra.
Hello.
Yeah.
Net problem, sir.
Anjum, what is your question?
Yes, sir. Sir, can I start my paper, sir?
No. Which session you are?
Biofertilizer. Sir,
No,
this one.
session number.
Session number is second, sir.
Second, it's not there.
It's a biodiversity, sir.
Huh?
Biodiversity.
Biodiversity, Amma. What is your... See, we called all the papers. Okay?
Yes, sir.
There is no paper on your name. Maybe we'll see in the third session. If time is there, we will take you. Don't worry. Okay. Srineha, you are ready or not? So she will be doing presentation.
Excuse me, sir. Hello. Excuse me, sir. Hello. 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 Excuse me, sir.
Okay, then we will hand over more. Sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Madam, thank you. You are there with you always. ఒక ఫోటో తీయండి రా. Thank you. Parag garu. He is also always a consistent support from a college. Thank you, sir. Nagaraj garu, Madam garu.
Hello, sir. Hello. Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Let her share. Sneha, continue, Amma.
Okay, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow enthusiasts in the realm of environment, I'm going to present my research paper, which is on a critical aspect of industrial development, quarry mining, and its nuanced relationship with the environment. Quarry mining is extraction of rocks and minerals from the Earth's surface to use in various construction purposes, providing essential resources like limestone, granite, and sand for infrastructure projects such as roads and buildings. Additionally, quarry mining is crucial for manufacturing industries, supplying raw materials for products like cement and asphalt. The supplying raw materials for products like cement and asphalt, the industry plays a vital role in economic development by creating jobs and supporting other sectors depending on construction materials. But development often comes with environmental impacts, and quarry mining is no exception. Quarry mining is one of the important economic activities which have the potential of contributing to the development of economies. At the same time, it has adverse environmental impacts and eventually health impacts. While the contribution of mining activities to economic development of study area is well acknowledged, but the gains from the mining sector to the economy is achieved at significant environmental and social costs. Objectives of the study. The main objectives of the study are to examine the environmental and health impacts of quarrying activities among the quarry workers in the study area, to analyze major problems that hinders the environment and health aspects of residents in the area, to examine the measures that have been adopted to curtail consequences of quarry mining operations among workers and residents in the study area. The study area was confined within the villages in and near Anakapalli district. Results and discussion. First of all, before discussing the results and discussion, let me tell you the process which are used in process which is actually applied to the quarry mining and the disadvantages and the environment impacts which we get from each of the process. For the first one being site preparation. It includes clearing. Clearing includes vegetation, topsoil, and any other obstacles from environment from the site to access underlying rock or mineral deposits. The environmental impacts the site preparation has is habitat destruction. Clearing vegetation can disrupt and lead ecosystems, affecting plant and animal species that rely on the natural environment. Soil erosion. Removal of topsoil exposes the land to erosion, potentially leading to sedimentation in nearly water bodies. Water quality impact. Runoff from the cleared site may carry sediments and pollutants into streams or rivers, affecting water quality. The second one being drilling and blasting, which includes drilling holes, loading explosive, and detonation. Holes are drilled into the rock and explosives are inserted. Detonating the explosives fractures the rock, making it easier to extract. Environmental impact it has. Air blast vibrations, ground vibrations, noise pollution. Noise pollution. Blasting generates loud noise, affecting the acoustic environment for both wildlife and nearby residents. Fly rock. Fragments of rock known as fly rock are owned beyond the quarry boundaries, posing safety risks to people, property, and wildlife. Dust emissions. Blasting generating dust, which is contributing to air pollution and respiratory issues for nearby communities. The third one in the quarry mining process is crushing and screening. The extracted rock is crushed into smaller pieces. Screening separates the crushed material into different sizes. The environmental impact crushing and screening has is dust emissions, noise pollution, energy consumption, and material transport, which requires heavy vehicles. Our research reveals that 90% of the respondents' land areas have been degraded. 100%, that means all respondents said that farmlands close to the quarries do not support proper plant growth. Dust and cloth chemicals released by the quarrying deprives the land of its nutrients and renders land infertile for agricultural purposes. When strong winds blow over the quarry sites, a lot of dust is lifted in the air. The yield of crops like coconut, rubber, and other vegetables are coated with dust. Dust blocks the stomata of the leaves and reduces the photosynthesis, which directly impacts the overall health of the plant. Recently, in the February 2023, we had a there was a complaint raised against the quarry, which is near a village, which is in the district of Anakapalli district. There, the tribal people of Marapaka village of Ramakattapuram Mandal in Anakapalli district staged a protest demanding cancellation of mining lease land turned in survey number 258 of Marakapatlam at the public hearing held in the village. In a memorandum addressed to the collector, they stated that 12 tribal families of Peraguttapalam tribal village of Gudipa Panchayat have been raising cashew and eucalyptus plantations on the said land near Marapaka village. The tribal people said that their plantations would be destroyed due to the quarrying and blasting and demanded cancellation of the permission given for quarrying.
Neha, conclude.
Yes, sir. So, main findings and conclusion. The
Neha.
important environmental effects such as land degradation and pollution of various forms in the surrounding communities or study area are associated with both surface and underground mining. Land degradation has resulted mainly from surface mining with the use of heavy machines, toxic chemicals, etc. Air pollution has emanated from emission of dust and other particles to the air and also from the emission of chemicals. Noise and vibrations are essentially the effect of rocks with explosives from both water surface and underground mines. The main suggestions of the study are environmental regulations and laws must be enforced by government agencies, local communities and non-governmental organizations for protection and preservation of the environment. Quarrying companies and authorities of the study area should, as a matter of urgency, organize health screening exercises once or twice in a year. Quarrying companies must be urged to take positive steps to reduce dust at the emission points. Even though quarrying is regarded as a crucial economic activity in worldwide, it has a significant negative impact on both environment and health of the nearby people. Due to its nature, quarrying inevitably leads to serious degradation on ecological and aesthetic values of the landscape in the study area. The exposure of workers to the high concentration and the poor use of protective clothing and gear predispose them to these problems. The quarry owners are ready to help the people of those areas who reside very near to quarry site for the smooth running of these quarries by giving money promises. While considering the ecological importance and quarries to the human and environment, majority of the people are against the quarrying operation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neha.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we are concluding this session 2.
Jaychandra, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, I'm a student from SPW Degree College, sir. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Ah.
Sir, I'm a student from SPW Degree and PG College, sir.
Name మీ పేరేమ్మా?
Deepti, sir.
ఓకే దీప్తి, ఇప్పుడు మీకు నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్ కదా?
Session 2, sir.
సెషన్ 2 లో దీప్తి లేరు కదమ్మా?
సార్ అంటే సెకండ్ టైం షెడ్యూల్ పంపించినప్పుడు దాంట్లో ఉంది సార్.
ఓకే డోంట్ వరీ, వి విల్ టేక్ ఎనీ కొంత డిలే అయింది కదా, మీరు థర్డ్ సెషన్ లో ఐ విల్ టేక్ యూ, డోంట్ వరీ. మీరు లంచ్ చేయండి. ఇప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ 2 సెషన్స్ క్లోజ్ చేసాము. మీరు
ఫస్ట్ సెషన్ లో 2 మెంబర్స్ ఉన్నారు సార్ మా కాలేజ్ నుంచి.
ఓకే, మీరు లంచ్ చేసేసి ఉండండి రా ల్యాబ్ లో. Those who have not presented, be there, have your lunch and be there available. We are moving on to the third session. Maybe few absentees also there. Don't worry, every student we will take it. Okay. We are moving on to third session now. Yeah. Yes. So thank you, madam. Thank you, Subbarao garu, Shyamala Devi madam, and Dr. Nagaraj garu for your valuable time here. the next session Madam, anybody introducing Sri Nagavendra Rao sir? Please, madam. So by the time this chair vacates, you can introduce. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Any point
Yeah. Yes. May I now take the privilege of inviting our guests. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we are starting the post-lunch session. I take the privilege of inviting Shri M.V. Nagavendra Rao sir. Sir, please come on to the dais. Sir studied BTech Mechanical Engineering from Regional Engineering College, Warangal, and MBA from Osmania University with gold medal. Sir is former Executive Director, APSRTC, and President, Vrikshamitra, Hyderabad. Sir joined APSRTC management trainee in 1971, served as depot manager, and Sir has got many performance awards in APSRTC. He got National Award from Government of India for individual contribution in full fuel conservation in APSRTC. Sir is founder president of Vrikshamitra, an environment concerned society promoting environment protection and community development. Vrikshamitra promotes the concept wherein every citizen of the world makes it a habit to plant saplings on special days like birthday, weddings, anniversary, etc. to make our planet green. Sir, that is Vrikshamitra promotes environment-friendly deeds like travel by public transport, establishment of memorial parks, etc. He has been actively involved in educating the citizens and particularly school children on the importance of earth and environment. So very glad to invite you here. We are pleased. I take the privilege to invite Sri Guru Swami Revanam. So we are privileged to have you here, sir. Thank you so much. And may I now take the privilege to invite our Assistant Professor in Department of Political Science, Madam Kamala. Dr. Kamala, ma'am, is MA in Political Science, obtained PhD degree from Osmania University. To her credit, she has conducted national international conferences, also webinars, and she written 4 books, edited 6 books, published books, and she is also editorial member for, she reviewed various member for papers like journals, and she has a credit of 13 national international associations, presented 19 papers in international and national conferences, and published 56 peer-reviewed papers in peer-reviewed articles in national international publications, and published 19 papers in UGC careless journals. She has more than 17 years of teaching experience. Thank you, ma'am, for being there here. Yes, sir. Thank you.
See, even if you are presenting one person, your co-author also can stand here. Please, all of you come to the front. The first speaker, who is first speaker from this college? Aishwarya, Harika and Grishma. Come, all three of you. Your presentation is there in mail or already downloaded? Okay, mail means you take it from here. You will present first.
Yes, sir. So good afternoon, everyone. Myself, I'm Aishwarya. And in my group, there are 4 people, including me. That's Harika, Geetika, and Sai Shruti. So first, I would like to give the introduction. Industrialization is the shift from the farming to the factory-based. So industrialization is the shift from the farming-based economics to the factory-based, which is farming is like a traditional way. And due to factory-based, it involves a rapid production of goods to boost the economy. Urbanization relates to the increasing population in the cities, resulting in larger urban spaces. So urbanization relates to the increasing population in the cities, resulting in larger urban spaces. Biodiversity encompasses of the variety of living organisms present in the location, including animals, plants, microorganisms included. Ecology explores the interdependence of living organisms and their environment. The growth of the cities and the industries have transformed the world, bringing benefits but not only posing significant challenges to the biodiversity and ecology. This study drives the impact of the urbanization and industrialization on plants, animals, and their habitats. The expansion of the cities replaces natural habitats with buildings and farms, endangering many species. Pollution, noise, and the introduction of new species further disrupt the biodiversity. Understanding these effects is crucial for striking a balance between human development and preserving Earth's diverse life.
So, our main objective of this research is to understand the complex interactions that commonly occur due to urbanization and industrialization on biodiversity and ecology, which is guiding towards the profound effects it had in our environment. We included a case study which gives us the perfect example on what are the adverse effects the biodiversity is facing due to urbanization.
So first, I would like to a methodology of the urbanization impact on biodiversity. The city's growth transformed the natural world,
reducing the space for plants and animals and their habitats, giving way to buildings and roads. Pollution from industries and homes add the further challenges. Urbanization becomes a battleground for native and non-native species, potentially causing the decline and disappearance of some. The relationships between the species are being disrupted, affecting ecological balance. Urbanization, the moving is like a moving puzzle. For example, while we are doing the puzzle, there are pieces which we have to include, and during a puzzle, there are few pieces which should be replaced, and it's not always like we will be making a perfect thing, but it is possible to make a perfect puzzle thing if we can arrange the spaces and everything in a proper way. It might take time, but it is possible to keep a good relationship between the urbanization, ecology, and biodiversity, including the industrialization which we are having right now. So the impact on biodiversity due to the urbanization and industrialization would be a significant effect to different types of animal species and also different species of microbes, plants. So the challenge is to expand cities without harming existing life forms. Understanding these impacts is vital for developing strategies to protect the unique variety of life on our planet. So in this first option, in the first thing, we can see that in 1800s, only 2% of the world's population lived in the urban areas. And in 1960, about 34% of the population moved to the urban areas. And in 2014, it increased to 54%. And in today's urban areas, ranging from Times Square to a small town in India, about 3 to 5% of the global land is covered by the urbanization. It is estimated that between now and 2030, urban areas will be expanding by more than 1.2 million square kilometers, which is about to equal to 20,000 US football fields. And by nearly 10% of the planet's land would be covered by the urbanized lands. And it is expected by 2050, about 64% to 85% of the urbanized lands will be filled with the population. And this is the causes which we can see in the future if we wouldn't take steps right now. So I would like to pass on to Harika.
So the urbanization impact on ecology. Due to some climate change, freshwater scarcity, deforestation, and pollution require examination with social, economic, and cultural systems. So here are some issues of urbanization, like house crisis, water crisis, urban transport, waste management, pollution, vulnerable to disaster, social problems. So here are some solutions to reduce the impact of urbanization on ecology. Reduce air pollution by upgrading energy, use an alternate transport system. Create private-public partnerships to provide services such as water disposal and housing. So cleanliness and hygienic is the best way to prevent the impact of urbanization on ecology.
So the impact of industrialization on biodiversity is that the rapid economic growth, urbanization, and industrialization has extremely severe air pollution that have various negative effects on human health, visibility, and the climate change. The economic growth, urbanization, and the industrialization have caused increased the particulate matter in the long run. The major contributors include air pollution, releasing harmful pollutants with profound negative effects on the environment. The conversion of natural landscapes for industrial purposes directly destroys the habitats through the construction of factories, roads, and urban areas. Additionally, industries emitting greenhouse gases contribute to the climate change, as we already know, and disrupting temperature and precipitation patterns. This climate shift affects the species distribution and behavior, leading to the biodiversity shifts and potential extinctions for species unable to adapt.
Now here, coming to industrialization impact on ecology.
Industrialization has caused environmental degradation, pollution, and biodiversity loss. It has resulted in air pollution, acid rain, contamination of water bodies, and climate change. Overexploitation of natural resources has further strained ecosystems. Sustainable practices such as clean technologies, resource conservation, and responsible industrial practices are essential to balance the industrial progress and environmental being. Solution for the industrialization impact on ecology. Efforts to migrate industrial impacts include usage of better technologies, environmental regulations and conservation. Sustainability practices is crucial to migrate these adverse effects of our planet. Efforts towards cleaner, responsible industrial practices are essential for more harmonious coexistence between human development and environmental well-being.
So now I would like to include a case study which we have included from World Wildlife Fund. So in this, we can see the elephants which are crossing highways and the outskirts of Coimbatore, and the railway tracks which became death traps for the elephants. So this is caused due to the fragmentation. So fragmentation, what I meant here was that because the lands which are reserved or which are used by the wildlife creatures are being used by us humans because of the urbanization and industrialization developments, many plants, animals, and everything are getting replaced, and these are getting fragmented. And because of this, many conflicts are occurring between the humans and the wildlife organisms. For example, I took here elephants. So because of this situation, the Department of Forest, however, it is an effort to address this situation. They have came across and they have released a case. Yes, on 2,000 acres of the private agricultural lands which are located in the critical elephant corridor. The proposal is pending with the government, which the action is not taken till now. And here we can see the electric fences installed to prevent the elephant raids and rise in human-elephant conflicts in the city outskirts. And also, it's not only that elephants are getting affected, humans are getting killed because of the wildlife organisms, because of this fragmentation. So this is the case study we have done, which is from the Coimbatore.
Now, the solution for the case study, addressing the challenges faced by the endangered elephants in Coimbatore requires the approach. Here, efforts should focus on the habitat protection, migrant humans, elephant dispute, and promoting community awareness. Initiative for this situation, local communities, government agencies, and conservation organizations playing a major role, securing a sustainable focus for elephants in region. Here, wildlife corridors. Establishing a pathways connected fragments forest allows elephants to move freely, reduce their need to cross highways and railway tracks, minimize the risk of accidents, and creating a safer environment for both elephants and people. Conflict prevention measures such as alarms, monitoring tools can alert can alert authorities and local about approaching elephants. Additionally, physical like barriers, fences, trenches, and etc. Thank you.
ఏం మేడం గారు మీకు ఏం డౌట్? కాదు మేడం, మీకు ఏం డౌట్ చెప్పండి, చెప్తాను. అంటే మేడం గారు స్కూల్
माइक दियो माइक लो वहां से सर Good afternoon, everyone, respected dignities, and my dear lecturers and my fellow friends. My name is Samrin Begum. I am from Government Degree College for Women's Begumpet, and my friend Hina from Government Degree College for Women's Begumpet going to be presenting urbanization and industrialization, impact on biodiversity and ecology. Urbanization and industrialization have a significant impact on biodiversity and ecosystem across the globe. Urban areas have a higher population density and greater human activity, which can lead to the destruction of natural habitat and the displacement of wildlife. While they contribute to economic growth and improved living standards, they also pose several challenges to the environment. Encouraging green spaces within cities, implementing pollution control measures, promoting renewable energy sources, and establishing protected areas are some of the steps that can help balance urban development. Globally, there is a growing awareness of a need to strike this balance to ensure a sustainable future for both human societies and the natural world. Industrialization and urbanization represents transformative path to modernization. However, the rapid expansion of industries and cities has raised critical environment concern, particularly in terms of biodiversity and ecological balance. The objectives are understanding how urbanization and industrialization affect biodiversity and ecology, awareness of impact, urban-rural dynamics, decline of species. Awareness of impacts are the unveiling the environmental consequence of urbanization and industrialization, urban-rural dynamics, are exploring the integrate relationship between urban and rural areas in the constant of biodiversity, decline of species, or investigating the impact on various species from birds, mammals to insects. In review, we have collected the exploration of challenges, deforestation, habitat loss, pollution, climate change.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Hina. Deforestation and land degradation, friends. Agriculture expansion, road constructions, impacts of biodiversity. Agriculture expansion, significant driver of deforestation as the land is cleared for commercial purposes. Road constructions accelerates the crisis by converting forests to non-forest uses, leading to habitat destruction. Impacts of biodiversity, resulting in the loss of over half of tropical forests since the 1960s, endangering numerous species. Global Pledge, COP26 Summit Goals. This is from Dubai, United Emirates. Heads of 145 countries pledged to halt and reverse forest loss by 2030, zero deforestation by 2030, aiming to reduce global deforestation by 10% each year to achieve these ambitious goals. Next, environmental challenges, climate change, invasive species, pollution and contamination, habitat loss and fragmentation, causes and pollution and contamination, climate change, causes convention of natural habitat to cropland, urban areas and infrastructure, Pollution and contamination. Pollutions, particulates matters, ground level ozone, carbon monoxide, health risks, adverse effects on human health in line with WHO guidelines. Climate change, global threats, rising temperature, anomalies, sea level rise, increased extreme weather events, impact on oceans, acidification and depletion of the ozone layer. Now this is about invasive species around the world, how they are extincting. Terrestrial plants by 32%, terrestrial invertebrates by 17%, mammals by 14%, aquatic invertebrates 9%, fish 8%, aquatic plants 5%, fungus 5%, amphibians 3%, microorganisms 2%, birds 3%, reptiles 2%. Invasive species. Methodology. Review of global environmental data. Comprehensive analysis of data from reputable sources. Statistical analysis. Utilizing statistical methods to quantify environmental impacts. Alarming results. Deforestation rates. Over half of tropical forest lost since the 1960s. Habitat loss, convention to cropland and urban areas threatening vital habitats, pollution levels, elevated levels impacting air, soil and water quality, climate change impacts, rising temperature, altered precipitation patterns and severe weather events. Urgent need, what we have to do. Sustainable practices. Adoption of eco-friendly practices in urban development and industries. Comprehensive convention measures. Implementing policies and global cooperation to address environmental challenges. Now, Samrin will conclude.
Thank you, Hina. I may conclude that the integrated interplay of urbanization and industrialization has led to the profound challenges, including deforestation, habitat loss, pollution, and climate change. The urban need of sustainable practices, global cooperation, and comprehensive conservation measures is evident. Achieving a harmonious balance between human development and ecological preservation is paramount for ensuring a sustainable and resilient future for both our societies and the natural world. Thank you. Thank you for our HOD ma'am, Department of Botany, for supporting and giving us this opportunity. And thank you for the Pure Earth Foundation for giving such opportunity. And I may give a slogan for the biodiversity. Biodiversity is nature's treasure trove and a symphony of life that must be preserved. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present here, teachers, co-participants, and my fellow friends. I am Meghna GV from Government Degree College of Women, Begumpet, standing in front of you to give a seminar on my topic, urban farming, interior and indoor farming. So let us have an overview on urban farming. What do you actually mean by urban farming? It means that you're farming in cities. When it comes to indoor farming, it means that you are farming in your personal space, like apartments, etc. It refers to various practices cultivating, processing, and distribution of food in urban areas. It has been rapidly increased in India. Hand in hand, we can see that every household is having some sort of garden or plants which are grown in their balconies, etc. Aren't we? Okay. So cities are being sites of pollution and climate. This is resulting in climate changes. And researchers doubt that we can't rely on traditional farming anymore. And traditional farming is on stake. Urbanization in India. So what is the current situation of urbanization in India? We know that India is a very vast country and it is dynamically populated, putting back China in terms of population. Usually, we depend on rural practices and conventional farming in India, whereas in foreign, if we have a look, there is more technology there, and farmers here are unable to accept or know, or like they're unable to get technology to their crops or farms, etc. So people are unable to maintain its food, reach their food security. So people are thinking of a concept of smart way in which farming can be done by constructing gardens, rooftop crops, indoor and indoor farmings, hydroponics, vertical farming, etc. Urban farming hasn't been more popular until the pandemic. Until the pandemic, people were like, this is not my cup of tea. I can't do urban farming in my balcony, etc. But then after pandemic, when a crisis came and food is on stake, people found ways of a smart way in which urban farming can be performed. So this proves that when there's a problem, human mind can go to any such extent to solve it. So the reasons for which the enthusiasts are not coming forward to perform or implement this urban farming is they are lethargic to some reason. They are like not able to spare some time on farming. They are busy in their works, etc. And also lack of government support in promoting urban farming and lack of size or area in which they can perform farming. The examples are given here. Pune City Corporation has started its first farming project in 2008, where citizens were encouraged to grow crops in their localities or areas. This is sourced from Times of India 2012 article. And coming to Hyderabad, we all know Moosi River, it is full of contaminants and pollutants. People living along it, when they tried to perform urban farming, it wasn't suiting, the crops weren't susceptible for it. So the government unfortunately failed to remove the contaminants from the Moosi River. According to a software engineer who sold his company in Goa to start vertical hydroponic farming, stated that farmers are still struggling for finances and are unable to totally depend on technology. Like we always hear from our elders, like we can't usually believe technology. We don't know what is happening, what is going to happen. It may backfire, etc. He says this is one of the reasons, and they're not going to or not willing to spend money on it. So the question arises, why urban farming? So urban population in India is in almost growing to 4.4 million by 2050 from World Urbanization Aspect 2014. Identical to cities in India, many cities in the world are expanding. So in which there is a need for more food, more crops, and food insecurity is developing. In India, the share of urban population was only 30% in 2010. A report by UNDP estimates that it will increase to 40% in 2030 and 50% by 2025. This graph represents the growth of hydroponic farming in India in due course of time 2018 to 2026. So there is a rapid increase in due course of pandemic too. So agents demanding requirement for urban farming: urbanization, deforestation, overexploitation of pesticides and chemicals. Urbanization results in expanding of cities and causing land insecurity, worsening of water quality, etc. Where villages are being engulfed, farmers are having no other way but coming into the cities in search of work. For example, if you take a joint family, a new person is coming or guests are coming in, we need more food. We want to treat them very well. So when there's no food or where there's insecurity of food there's a tension created. Same like India. Joint family, India is a vast populated country. Deforestation. Deforestation usually results in soil erosion, degrading and deteriorating the soil quality, and which is making the soil unfertile for farming. Or exploitation of pesticides and chemicals. This is an innocence of farmers, we can say in a simple word, because farmers are usually in order to achieve more yield, they usually use more pesticides and chemicals without knowledge, and the quality of the crop is getting deteriorated. So city dwellers are also not able to totally rely on conventional farming. They want organic and healthy food. So they are totally they're totally wanting to implement urban farming here. Coming to the benefits, the benefits include social, health being, environmental and community level plus points are there here. Then there are various methods: rooftops, vertical farming, microgreens, aquaponics, and rooftop greenhouses. There's a case study here where a Bangalore man grows urban jungle of 1700 trees on his terrace. A retired engineer named Nataraja Upadhyaya, after his retiring, he created an urban jungle on his 1500 square terrace itself. He says that it is created in 4 layers, and when he was retiring and he was sitting in his sofa, he observed there was scorching heat in summer. He realized the need of garden, and with his love of gardening, he pursued urban farming, and he mentioned 2 threats which an enthusiast is being stopped. One is weight of, can the terrace weight manage the weight, and the water leakages. And he says that these both are myths. And he placed 220 plastic bins of 50-liter capacity. And he placed them along the periphery of the slabs. So his house is not made of pillars, it is made of slabs. So this myth is, he's saying this is a myth. And also water leakages has been solved. By 2000, by the end of 2012, more than 100 plants and many species, moringa, drumstick, etc., bamboo are being grown. And he says that greenery keeps the temperatures bay by 2 to 3 degrees. And also there is he says that 1 minute. He says that urban farming is not a rocket science. Everyone can perform it. Since 2010, he has not thrown any kitchen waste. It is also helping in a neighborhood and community level. So I conclude by thanking Pure Earth Foundation to giving me such opportunity, and our microbiology HOD ma'am, Dr. A. Madhuri, for helping me in every aspect in writing this article. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello, excuse me, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, I am Pujita. I am from IT department. I am from BVRIT Hyderabad. Today my topic is high-rise buildings and effects on environment. Abstract regarded and associated as economic growth and urbanization. About the effects of high-rise buildings on thermal environment of their surroundings, and also decreases the nature vegetation. Depletion of nature resources in the surroundings. Introduction. In this modern world, high-rise buildings are regarded and associated as economic growth and urbanization. If we talk about urban heat, Iceland effect, urban areas will generate warmer than their surroundings, rural areas. The temperature due to this effects has night generally be higher than usual. Hi. Okay. Public health. Sir? Okay, sir. Public health. It occurs to generally uses of lifts. In this, we have advantages and disadvantages. Advantages are suppose you are in now staying in 14th or 15th floor. How can you go now? Of course, we can go to lift only now. Because this lift uses of lift, but it is not correct of lift because you go to steps. When you go to the steps like 14th or 15th floor, we can shift. Otherwise, our body will be very weak. Your limbs, legs, and also all things. High rise in the pollution. Socio-environment area, small spaces, crowding, disturbance. Near polluted areas, limited amount of green space, lack of incentive of exercise, fear of crime, security issues, social isolation, psychological stress, and poor mental health. Greenhouse gases. Emission from the commercial and residential sector include fossil and fuel burner from the heat and the uses of gases for refrigeration. Shadow effect. Like shadow effect, how much the building high, that much of shadow high-rise casts shadow and blocking the nature light for the greenhouse vegetation. Effects of wildlife. High gases dispersion for the birds of migrate for their migration, making them collide with the glass window and other infractive as well. DER system, distributed energy resources system. We have inputs energy, purchased power and wind energy as like solar energy and natural gases, and also have input also. Output energy is a power, heating, cooling, like and so on. Effects on thermal environment and greenery. Shadow and cooling effects, heat, reduced natural greenery. As we know, green roofs. Conclusion. Green roofs HVAC system. Vertical gardens can be implemented to reduce the heat loss. LED lights can be used to reduce the power consumption. Using the rewards sources, solar planets, winds, turbines to consume energy and fossil fire with Ultimately, the global warming decreases in water consumption should be done, and in plains should be improved like strong storing and rainwater drawing manuals, promoting outdoor activities and connecting to nature. Reviews of existing bowling reduce the need for new reference as we taken these links. Thank you, Farah. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Online analysis. So we'll move on to SPW lab. So please be ready there. Then we'll take sir. Yes, yes.
Hello, sir.
So SPW lab. Or whoever ready for online presentation, please unmute and give your name.
Hello, sir.
Saujanya.
Can I share my screen, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, sir.
Please go ahead, Amma. You are audible. Your presentation is visible.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Saujanya, and here I am about to present the topic urban farming, indoor and interior farming. Urban farming will directly contribute to the creation of greener, built-up lands, fresher air, and has even been considered in beautification projects for wall spaces as vertical gardens catch planners' attention. Farming
మీ
has
వీడియో కూడా ఆన్ చేయండి అమ్మా. మీ వీడియో కూడా ఆన్ చేయండి. మీరు రికార్డ్ అవ్వాలి కదా.
Hello, sir.
మీ ఫ్యాకల్టీలు మీ వీడియో ఆన్ చేయండి. వీడియో కూడా ఆన్ చేయండి. వీడియో జస్ట్ వీడియో ఆన్ చేయమ్మా, మీ ఫేస్ కనిపిస్తుంది.
Okay, sir.
I am speaking from here. అది సిస్టమ్. వెరీ గుడ్. కంటిన్యూ.
Okay, sir. Farming. Farming has changed to sustain human needs, but the basic premise remains large rural lands to plow, sow, reap, and eat. Although advances in chemical fertilizers shook the industry, farming needs to reinvent itself to keep up with our overgrowing nutritional needs, and urban farming is poised to be the facilitator of this transformation. Urban farming can be of many types. It is of indoor farming and interior farming. Indoor farming involves growing plants in controlled environments such as greenhouses, warehouses, or container farms. Interior farming occurs inside the buildings, utilizing vertical farming techniques and advanced technologies. Urban farming is of many benefits. It increases the fresh and nutritious food for urban dwellers and reducing food deserts, improves public health, and improves the communication, and it reduces the carbon footprint due to decreased transportation needs, and it also the energy and efficient farming methods. Urban farming can also help our next generation to know where the food is coming from, where apples and the milk is coming from, and it also helps in creation of green spaces in urban areas, improving air quality and enhancing the aesthetic appeal of the city. There are many advantages of urban farming. It helps in renewable energy, roof garden, which is friendly, year-round production of crops unaffected by weather conditions or seasonal changes, optimal control over environmental factor, temperature, humidity, and lighting, leading to higher crop yields, efficient use of water and nutrients, minimizing waste and environmental impact. There are common techniques in indoor farming: hydroponics, aeroponics, and aquaponics. Hydroponic helps in nutrition-rich water without soil using various techniques like nutrient film technique or deep water culture. Aeroponics plants are grown in air or moist environment with nutrition-rich solutions, allowing roots to be suspended in air. Aquaponics, integration of aquaculture, raising fish, and which helps in creating a symbiotic system where fish waste provides nutrients for plants. Urban farming has of many benefits, advantages, and it has different types: hydroponics, aeroponics, and aquaponics. There are many. Urban farming is very useful, and it also have many challenges. Initial investment costs can be high, including equipment, technologies, and infrastructure. Energy consumption for lighting, heating, and cooling, impacting the overall sustainability of indoor farms. Limited crop diversity compared to traditional farming methods. There are many different techniques used for the interior farming: vertical farming, indoor vertical gardens, and container farming. Utilizing vertical space to grow plants in a stacked layers is of vertical farming. Incorporating living walls or vertical planters to grow herbs is of indoor vertical gardens. And utilizing repurposed shipping containers or controlled environments for growing crops is of container farming. There are many benefits of interior farming: utilization of unused interior spaces, transforming them into productive areas for production, improved air quality, and reduced carbon dioxide levels through the absorption of pollutants by indoor plants, and therapeutic benefits of interior farming, promoting well-being and reducing stress for urban dwellers. Here I conclude that urban farming is very useful, and it includes indoor and interior farming, which benefits in terms of food security, sustainability, and community well-being. It also helps in innovation and investment in technologies, which further enhance the productivity and efficiency of urban farming. Embrace and urban farming can lead to a more resilient and sustainable future for cities and other inhabitants. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Amma. Saujanya.
Sir, can I share my screen?
Yes.
Proceed రావట్లేదు.
You can also on your video. Monica.
Myself, I'm Monica, sir. I'm from BVRIT.
On
I'm
your
from
video.
BVRIT College of Engineering.
Continue.
This is for women. Now I'm going to speak about the topic. Topic is effective management of e-wastage initiative from corporate organizations. Now we would like to know first of all what is e-wastage. E-wastage is nothing but electronic wastage. Electronic wastage is discarded electrical equipment and devices. Any old, dysfunctional or discarded electrical and electronic items fall under the e-wastage. Not working phones, earphones, batteries, tube lights, laptops, all this falls under the electronic wastage. E-wastage term is described about old and end of life discarded electric appliances. Statics on e-wastage. Quantity per capita generation, recycling rates, economics rates, economic values, environmental impacts. In India, an estimate 50 million tons of e-wastage produced per each year. And the USA discards 30 million computers each year and 100 million phones discarded of each year. The environmental protection.
The screens move over to if want, you can see. Still, it is in first slide only. No,
Introduction about e-wastage. E-wastage is nothing but electronic wastage. Electronic wastage is discarded electrical and electronical equipment and devices.
Go ahead.
Stats on e-waste. Per capita generation, recycling rates, economic values, environmental impact. Captive generation is on average each person generate around 7.3 kilograms of e-wastage per year, but only 17.4 of global e-wastage was recycled. All these statics on e-wastage is responsible for reduce the e-wastage. See, sir, thank you.
Completed?
Yes, sir.
You off the video now because you are using mobile phone, so you get little speed. Off video, and you can use presentation mode. Okay, over.
Oh, sir.
Okay, very good. So, any more other than SPW lab left over in this? Yeah. Now Anita from SPW. Please respond. SPW lab. If not Anita, whoever is there. Deekshita, Salima.
Sir, Salima is there, sir. Salima
Yeah.
is ready, sir. I am ready, sir.
Share your screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Continue, Amma.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. Sir, I am audible, sir?
Audible, Amma. Continue.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am G. Salima, studying third BSc MPCS in SPW degree and PG college. Today, my topic is urban farming, interior and indoor farming. Urban farming. Urban farming is the practice of cultivating crops, livestock, or types of food in an urban environment. While the practicing of farms in areas outside what would we typically consider farmland may seem new. Urban farming has a long history. City dwellers in ancient Mesopotamia would set aside land for cultivation. In more recent times, Victory Gardens were a staple of World War era II cityscapes. In recent years, urban farming has become a hot topic for agriculture sustainability and social justice advocates alike, as it can provide avenues to positive change. Types of urban farming. There are 4 types of urban farming: community gardens, community farms, commercial farms, and institutional farms and gardens. These types of farms are helpful in maintaining different types of farming, which helps in increasing farming throughout the world. Here is the picture of representing 4 types of farming, sir. Next, move on to interior farming. Interior farming is one of the part of urban farming. It should be like this. There are types of interior farming: aquaponics, aeroponics, hydroponics. These types of farming helps in making different ways of farming practices at low cost. Some advantages of interior farming are water efficiency, chemical-free, climate adaptive, environment viable. Disadvantages of interior farming: limited crops, electricity consumption, and poor resiliency. These are some other pictures of interior farming. Next, move on to indoor farming. Indoor farming, nothing but it's just like as interior farming. Indoor farming is also an essential farming, but it stands for some period of time because of practicing at inside of our surroundings. So whatever the type of farming is, the purpose is to cultivate harmless crops, which helps in improving healthy life of a person. Finally, the conclusion was the practicing of urban farming in cities may lead to efficient farming practices anywhere. Both the indoor and internal farmings are the same, but there is little difference between them. By practicing these types of agriculture process may lead to increasing farming practices within their surroundings. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Salima. So who is there? Deekshita, Vanilla, Anita.
Yes, sir. Anita is ready, sir.
Yes, share your screen. What happened?
Excuse me. So myself Deekshita. Can I start, sir?
Yeah. Start, Deekshita.
Okay, sir.
Your presentation you have, share it.
Yes, yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Myself, K. Dikshita from 3rd BSc BTZC from SPW Degree and PG College, Tirupati. My topic is about urban farming, indoor and interior farming. Including indoor and interior farming has gained significant attention in recent years as a response to urbanization, environmental concerns.
Clean. You are not sharing.
Okay, sir. Sir, it is visible now, sir.
No. Take that share button, Amma.
Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
Sir, now it is okay, sir?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Introduction of the topic is urban farming, including interior and indoor farming, has gained significant attention in recent years as a response to urbanization, environmental concerns, and need for sustainable food production. This practice involves cultivation crops, vegetables, herbs, and sometimes even livestock within the confines of urban environments. And indoor and interior farming, it involves cultivating crops or raising livestock within enclosed structures such as houses, greenhouses, or other controlled environments. This form of farming often utilizes technologies like hydroponics, aquaponics, vertical farming, or aeroponics to grow without soil, relying on water-based nutrient solutions, or misting systems instead. The types of urban farming include outdoor urban farming, indoor and interior urban farming. Outdoor urban traditional community gardens and allotments, rooftop gardens, and cultivation. And this is a picture related to outdoor farming and interior farming. It includes vertical farming, hydroponics and aeroponics systems, environment, aquaponics. Next topic is advantage of indoor and interior farming. It includes year-round production, space efficiency, reduced water usage.
You have network issue. So we'll take another paper.
Sir, 2 minutes. Sir, no, sir. I completed, sir. Indoor farming includes year-round production, efficiency, reduced water usage, pesticide and herbicide reduction, reduced food miles, local food production. And technologies and techniques which are involved in urban farming is hydroponics, aeroponics, LED grow lights, vertical farming, aquaponics, and environmental sustainability, which are involved in urban farming, is reduction in carbon footprint, conservation of resources, and reduction. These are use of organic farming in urban farming. And the community involvement in urban farming is in community gardens, provide space for residents, engage in cultivation, foster a sense of ownership, provide and pride in local food production. Opportunities which are involved in urban farming is urban farming serves as an educational tool for teaching food production, sustainability, and locally.
Okay, Dikshita. You have some network issue. You are not in
Benefits
your.
of urban farming business.
Stop
growth,
presenting
job
and then,
creation, urban
yeah,
development.
okay. Okay, it is visible. Continue.
Benefits of urban farming includes business growth, job creation, urban redevelopment, health and wellness, low investment, less food waste, water conservation. And I conclude that is and
Good.
urban farming involved in various sectors is urban farming has become a multi-facet practice contributing to several factors that is in food production, growing fruits, vegetables, herbs, and even raising small animals within urban spaces helps addresses food security concerns and provides fresh produce to local communities. In economic development, it offers opportunities for entrepreneurship, job creation, and local economic development through the sale of produce, educational programs, and related services. According to health and nutrition, access to fresh, locally grown produce can improve community health by providing nutritious food options, potentially reducing reliance on processed foods. And I conclude my topic with urban farming with a particular focus on indoor and interior farming holds immense promise for addressing urban food security, reducing environmental impact, and promoting sustainable agriculture in cities. As technology and practices continue to evolve, the potential for these methods to play a larger role in a food systems is significant. Thank you, sir, for giving this golden opportunity.
Thank you, Amma.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So any next speaker there?
Sir, I am K. Anita, sir.
Okay.
Shall I start, sir?
Yeah. Share your screen. Start.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Today, I represent the institute on impacts of urbanization and biodiversity. Urbanization refers to the concentration of human population into discrete areas. This concentration leads to the transformation of land for residential, commercial, industrial, and transportation purposes. It can include densely populated centers as well as their adjacent for urban and suburban fringes. Nature and mankind are an inseparable part of life that includes land, water, air, space, energy, flora, and fauna, which are interconnected, interrelated, and interdependent. They are unlimited forms of life on Earth. Man is one among the many species competing with all others for survival. In the name of progress, the human race has changed from being hunter-gatherer to a self-centered modern man, destroyed of nature, so much so that development in a sense has become synonymous with environmental degradation and progress with pollution. There is also a growing recognition that the indiscriminate usage of natural resources has led to serious problems. Negative impacts on urbanization, negative impacts of urbanization on biodiversity. The major negative impacts of urbanization on biodiversity are population growth and the consequent destruction of natural habits, the commercialization of society and the treatment of nature as a commodity, the increase in income disparity both within and among nations. Urbanization in India. The population residing in urban areas in India 2021. According to 2021, approximately a third of the total population in India lives on cities. The trend shows an increase of urbanization by almost 4% in the last decade, meaning people have moved away from rural areas to find work and make a living in the cities. Urbanization rate in India. India had urbanization rate of 1.34% in 2021. The urbanization rate in India increased by 1.5% on a year basis in 2021. These are the degrees of urbanization from 2011 to 2021. What are the measures to reduce the problem of urbanization? Means combat poverty by promoting economic development and job creation, involve local community in local government, reduce air pollution by upgrading energy use and alternative transport system, then create private-public partnership to provide services such as waste disposal and housing. Disabled friendly and inclusive infrastructure should be made mandatory in urban areas. Then conclusion. I conclude that urbanization can impact the earth system in a variety of ways, including causing habitat loss and deforestation, which can decrease species populations, ranges, biodiversity, and alter interactions among organisms. As a result, we can conclude that urbanization is increasing in India daily with full support for possibilities and a high standard of living. However, as urbanization accelerates, it creates obstacles to balance and fair and inclusive growth. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Amma. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Vanilla is there? Vanilla.
Sir, I am here, sir.
Okay,
Sir, I am there. Hello, sir. Am I audible? Hello, sir.
Yes, continue, Amma.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I am D. Vanilla from 3rd BSc BTJC SPW Degree and PG College TTD Tirupati. And my topic is about urban farming, indoor and interior farming. First, what is meant by urban farming? Urban agriculture or gardening or farming is the practice of cultivating, processing and marketing of food and food products in and around urban localities. Urban agriculture also involves urban animal husbandry, aquaculture, beekeeping and horticulture. Urban agriculture can appear at varying levels of economic and social development. These networks can develop by way of formal institutional support, becoming integrated into local town planning as a transition town movement for sustainable urban development. For others, security, nutrition, and income generation are key motivations for this practice. There are different types of urban farming, and I listed out some of them. First, vertical farming. Vertical farming is the practice of growing crops in vertically stacked layers. It often incorporates controlled environment agriculture, which aims to optimize plant growth. Soil-less farming techniques such as hydroponics, aquaponics, and aeroponics. Next, coming to microgreen farming. Microgreen farming has been used in culinary industry since 1980s. While they were initially used as a form of garnish, chefs now realize that they also add flavors and visual appeals, which include in all types of dishes. The journal Agriculture and Chemistry states that microgreen levels of vitamins E, C, K, as well as concentrated levels of beta carotene and lutein. And next, coming to hydroponics. Hydroponics is a technique of growing plants using a water-based nutrient solution rather than soil, and can include an aggregate substrate or growing media such as vermiculite, coconut coir, or perlite. Next, coming to rooftop farming. In most of the cities, there are empty spaces with soil to grow plants, which is an abstract for urban agriculture. Luckily, the cultivation of crops on rooftop called rooftop agriculture. The amount of water, soil, or other resources needed for rooftop agriculture can vary greatly depending on the cultivation system and types of plants grown. Indoor farming. The biggest advantage of indoor farming is that it allows growers to optimize the growing process for higher yields. Droughts, storms, insect infestation, and all other hazards of growing outdoor are eradicated. Instead, farmers can control everything right down to the amount of light plants receive on a minute-to-minute basis. And coming to aquaponic farming, aquaponic is a form of agriculture that combines raising of fishes in tanks with soilless plant culture. In aquaponic, the nutrient-rich water from rising fish provides a natural fertilizer for the plants, and the plants help to purify the water for the fishes. Aquaponic can also be used to sustainably raise fresh fishes and vegetables for a family to feed a village or generate profit in a commercial farming venture year round in any climate. And it is a type of symbiotic process. Community garden. A community garden is a piece of land gardened or cultivated by a group of people individually or collectively. Normally in community gardens, the land is divided into individual plots. Each individual garden is responsible for their own plot, and the yielding or the production of which belongs to the individual. And coming to the last slide of benefits of urban farming. There are many benefits with urban farming, and like I listed some of them. It encourages healthier diets. Urban farming provides access to extremely healthier and low-cost food sources. Example, green leafy vegetables, fresh fruits, and fiber, etc. And also it reduces food miles. Food miles, which refers to distance the food from the consumer and to the farming. With urban farming, food miles are significantly reduced, and which reduces carbon emission. Less food waste. People produces only what they need. This reduces the food wastage to a larger extent. And coming to low investment, urban farming requires less space and initial infrastructure and setup costs. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thanks for Plural.
Thank you, Vanilla. So I think with this that SBW lab. Somebody speaking there?
Yes, sir.
What is
In
your
the
name?
SPW college first session, second session.
No, second session we can call. First session maybe one,
So
somebody.
second session, deep theme.
Okay. We'll take it the next session, Ra. Don't worry.
Okay, so in first session, sir.
Hmm?
In first session, sir. Shravani will be there, sir.
Shravani,
Shravani
okay.
and Swati. Shall we continue, sir?
Who are there, Shravani? Then
And Swati, sir.
Swati.
Yes, sir.
ఓకే మీరు ఒకరు షేర్ చేయండి ఒకరు ఇప్పుడు షేర్ చేయండి ఇంకో సెషన్ లో షేర్ చేయండి వన్ ఆఫ్ యూ షేర్ నౌ
Okay, sir.
సో మీన్ టైం మా స్వాతి ఆర్ శ్రావణి మీరు షేర్ చేయండి మీరు టైం వేస్ట్ చేస్తారు
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
యా స్టార్ట్ చేయమ్మా
I'm P. Swati, sir. Shravani, some errors on Shravani.
బట్ యు ఆర్ నాట్ షేరింగ్ యువర్ స్క్రీన్
Sir, we'll share, sir. 1 minute, sir. Give 1 minute.
ఓకే ఇట్ ఈస్ విజిబుల్ గో హెడ్
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. I am P. Swati. Third BSc BT Jersey, SPW degree and PG college, TTD Tirupati. My topic is carbon sequestration and climate change mitigation. By using carbon sequestration, how to mitigate climate change is my topic. Index. What is carbon sequestration? Types of carbon sequestration and carbon capture and storage. Impacts of carbon sequestration. First of all, what is meant by carbon sequestration? The term carbon sequestration is used to describe both natural and deliberate processes by which CO2 is either removed from the atmosphere or diverted from emission sources and stored in the ocean, terrestrial environments, like vegetation, soils, and sediments. What are the types of carbon sequestration? There are so many types of carbon sequestration. One of this is biological carbon sequestration. In biological carbon sequestration, biological carbon sequestration is the natural ability of life and ecosystems to store carbon. Forests, peat, marshes, and coastal wetlands are particularly good at storing carbon. Carbon can be stored in plant tissues such as long-lived tree bark or in extensive root systems. This diagram shows all of carbon sequestration, where CO2 is absorbed by plants and it is stored in leaves, barks, and stems. Then it is soluble and mineralized by microorganisms and stored for long-term soil. Geological carbon sequestration. In this type of carbon sequestration, carbon dioxide is captured from an industrial source such as steel or cement production or an energy-related source such as a power plant or natural gas processing facility and injected into porous rocks for a long-term storage. This diagram explains about geological carbon sequestration, where carbon is stored in rocks and stored for long-term storage. Next one is oceanic carbon sequestration. Oceans are the largest. Oceans takes the largest part on the earth, so that carbon dioxide is absorbed by the oceans in most natural manner. So that while absorbing atmospheric CO2, these reactions cause the oceans to become more acidic. Many marine organisms and ecosystems depend on the formation of carbonated skeletons and sediments that are vulnerable to dissolution in acidic waters. This picture shows about the oceanic carbon sequestration, where the large amounts of industrial CO2 are sedimented in this oceans. Next one is terrestrial carbon sequestration. In this, during photosynthesis process, carbon from atmospheric carbon dioxide is transformed into components necessary for plants to live and grow. As part of this process, the carbon present in the atmosphere as carbon dioxide becomes a part of plant in a leaf or stem or root, and the carbon is sequestered for a long period of time. Once the plant dies or as leaves, seeds or blossoms drops from the plant material decomposes and then the carbon is released. Trees are valuable as greater amounts of carbon are tied up for longer time periods. This beautiful picture shows about how terrestrial carbon sequestration occurs. And the next one is technological carbon sequestration. In technological carbon sequestration, the normal carbon dioxide is used as a raw material, and this is modified into various forms, where these forms are used for many beneficial purposes of our daily life. For example, graphene production. In graphene production, most of the carbon dioxide is used as a raw material to produce graphene. Graphene is used to create screens for smartphones and other tech devices. The next one is direct air capture. In this method, The carbon is directly captured from the environment, the air using advanced technology plants and then engineered molecules. Nowadays, it is a new technology. Scientists are engineering molecules that can change shape by creating new kinds of compounds capable of singling out and capturing carbon dioxide from the air. These engineered molecules act as a filter, only attracting the element it was engineered to see. It is a very beneficial purpose and it is advanced techniques. These are all advanced techniques. And then how carbon is captured and stored in an artificial manner. In some industries, carbon is captured and stored artificially. The process is known as carbon capture and storage. In this process, carbon dioxide is first separated from other gases contained in industrial emissions. It is then compressed and transported to a location that is isolated from the atmosphere for long-term storage. Suitable storage locations might include geological formations such as deep saline formations, depleted oils and gas reservoirs, or the deep ocean. Although carbon capturing the storage typically refers to the capture of carbon dioxide directly at the source of emission before it can be released into the atmosphere.
స్వాతి డోంట్ రీడ్ రా, కంప్లీట్ గా రీడ్ చేయకర్లా.
Okay,
ఓకే,
sir.
మీ పేపర్ మా దగ్గర ఉంది, మేము చదువుతాం. సో యూ వాంట్ టు స్ట్రెస్ ఆన్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ పాయింట్స్. ప్రజెంటేషన్ మీరు మొత్తం చదివితే ఎలాగా? సో ఓకే, 1 minute లో కంప్లీట్ చేయండి.
Then we'll go for impacts. About 25% of our carbon emissions are captured by earths and forests. As much as 30% of the carbon dioxide we may emit from the burning fuels is absorbed by the upper layer of the ocean. Then finally, I concluded that prevention is better than cure, so that we reduce global warming. Then planting on trees will helpful in reducing global warming. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity.
Very good, thank you. Let Shravani wait. I will take it in the next session. First only I will take all the onlines. Okay, don't worry.
Sir,
So we will have one.
sir, మా కాలేజ్ నుంచి
మీరు ఒక 10 minutes లో స్టార్ట్ అవుతాం నెక్స్ట్ సెషన్.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good evening to okay, sir. Good evening to everyone present here. Myself Jafia Riana from St. Pius Degree and PG College from Women. And today my topic is urban farming, organic urban garden. And today in outline we are gonna outline here we are gonna see our presentation. This is an actual project which is done in terrace garden. So first we'll be going with introduction and what materials we used, vermicompost, panchagavya, and organic pesticides, and how did we do the urban garden. And next, we'll conclude with result and conclusion. So for introduction, we are going to study about what is urban garden. So urban garden basically, according to the Unity environment, it says that urban garden is cultivation of crops, livestock, or types of food in an urban environment. Urban garden, mostly the materials used are organic products. So the definition of organic farming is according to University of Agriculture, USA, organic fertilizers or organic farming can be defined as a substance containing necessary nutrients with high quantity and value, which is supplied with plants and products, vegetable stocks, peels, and kitchen waste from the plant waste. Continuation. Sorry. Is it? Yes. Next, we are going to see what is interior and indoor farming. Interior and indoor farming, it's actually for commercial purposes. Interior and indoor farming is built in interior and indoor farming is basically from buildings where it is of two types. One is hydroponics, vertical garden. These two are mainly used in commercial purposes. The other two are also aeroponics and aquaponics. Hydroponics can be defined as hydroponics involves in growing plants in nutritional rich water without soil, which aeroponics using where aeroponics using the mist system to deliver nutrients directly to the plants or to the roots. In vertical farming, it uses stack layers or shelves to maximize the spaces to increase crop yielding. So in our project, we have introduced organic terrace garden, and the methods and materials we used are, so this is the outline of what are the materials we used. We used organic fertilizers and organic pesticides to grow, and every pots were uh, uh, recycled from old water bottles or cans, the household items. The first organic fertilizers we used is vermicompost. For vermicompost, we used 10 kgs of cow dung, earthworm 1 kg. The earthworm here used are called edema fields. We use coconut shells, which is 7.5 kgs, dry leaves, that is also 7.5 kgs, nut shells, which is 9 kgs, rice straw, 2.5 kgs, and food waste. We layered the first layer of in bags, vermicompost bag. These bags are made up of HPDE bags. These bags are usually green in color on the outside and white in color in the inside. This usually has 4 holes in it, vermicompost bags. So first we used the bedding material. The bedding material is nothing but the coconut shell. It is followed by the kitchen waste item, which is vegetable stalks, peels, and nut shells in the ratio of 5.8. And then the worms are used, edema worms are used. This process is layered till the bag is filled. The last layer of the bag, we use dry straws to cover the entire vermicompost. Then we put the vermicompost bag in, surrounded by dry leaves. And then we waited for nearly 55 days for the vermicompost to be done. After 55 days, we removed vermiculture and vermicompost, and this compost is used for the soil, which is we grew the plants. Next thing which we used is Panchagavya. Panchagavya, we needed 5 cow materials, that is cow dung, cow urine, milk, curd, and ghee. Along with it, for fermentation or for food, we use jaggery. The cow dung used here is 1 kg, cow urine is 10 liters, milk is 1 liter, curd is 1 liter, and ghee is 100 grams. We mix the above items in a container and provided in a dark place and warmed to fertilize about 7 to 10 days. After 7 to 10 days, the mixture was stirred once or twice a day. And after the fermentation process, the mixture was strained using a clean cloth, removing any solid particles. Then the Panchagavya mixture, what we obtained, was mixed with water in the ratio of 1:10, where 1 part of Panchagavya is mixed with 10 parts of water, and the diluted mixture is sprayed onto the soil and plants. After this, This is the end of organic fertilizers. We did use organic pesticides. The first organic pesticide what we used is neem extract. Here we extracted neem barks, leaves, and seeds. We grinded it to powder and we sieved it. And the powder, we took 25 grams of powder in 200 ml of water, shaking it well and sprayed into the plants. Next, we took ginger garlic paste, which is an essential food item in our household. This ginger garlic paste is mixed with water and sprayed onto the plants and used as natural pesticides. Next, chili powder. This is also can be used as an organic pesticide. In chili powder, we took few amount of chili powder in water mixed with a bit of soap and we sprayed into the plants. Ginger garlic paste and chili powder only works to certain amount of plants, whereas neem extract has worked in every amount of plants. And for the gardening, the most of the gardening, we have done the gardening in a terrace garden. And the pictures what we used here are not from the internet. It is the pictures what we have made in our terrace garden, and everything is from our source. So here we use plastic buckets, broken vessels, and wooden bottles. And each pot must be at least of 9 to 12 inches deep. The first, it is layered with coconut peat. The coconut peat, and this coconut peat is for moisture of soil. Then this coconut peat is followed by soil mixture. This soil mixture contains vermicompost, fertilizer mixed with panchagavya. Then we planted plants. First, we planted plants which are short term. First was menti, potato, chili, chow chow, capsicum, bitaga was planted. After this were harvested, we planted nitrogen fixing crops, which such as groundnuts, to increase the nitrogen amount in the soil. After this, we even planted some plants like chickpeas in the next third round of soils. The water was supplied once a day, and in winter it was supplied once in 3 days. Organic pesticides were applied for once in 15 days. These are the results. Menti took about 25 days to grow. Potato, bitagar, and chili took about 57 days to grow. Chow chow and capsicum took harvested after 75 days. After harvesting, we used nitrogen fixing plants, which are groundnuts, coconut beans. This almost took 1.5 months, that is 50 days. After harvesting these plants, we planted some vegetables like tomato, brinjal, lady's finger, spinach, and curry leaves. Tomato and lady's finger and spinach took almost 50 days to grow. Tomato took 65 days to grow, and brinjal took the longest, which is of 120 days to grow. We observed all the vegetables were more sustainable, healthier, eco-friendly, and taste better when compared to the market ones. In conclusion, this is the picture of leafy cabbage. And this is cauliflower, what we have grown. And in conclusion, I want to say that organic urban garden farming allows us to grow fresh and nutritious food on our own. It also helps us to get educated on the food that we are being consumed and leading us into a healthier lifestyle. The creative steps of setting up gardens not only give us nutrition foods, but also help us mentally. Overall, indoor and interior farming has potential to contribute to a greener, healthier cities by increasing access to local grown food and reducing transportation emission. An urban garden is a creative and sustainable solution to address food security, environmental concerns, community well-being, contributes to reliance and self-sufficient and urban food system. And these are the references what we have taken. Thank you.
No problem, madam. For all these continuously, one by one. No, sir, we don't have proper order. Let them have it, everyone. Yes, all. Only they will come. Only they will come. మాకు ఫొటోస్ తీయాలి. మీరు మీరు చూడరా కరెక్ట్ పొజిషన్లో టేక్, యూ కెన్ షేర్ లేటర్. లేదు, ఈచ్ పర్సన్ 1 ఎవ్రీ ఇండివిజువల్ 1 మొమెంటో 1 సర్టిఫికేట్ టేక్ 4 వాట్ ఎవర్ నంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఆథర్స్ ఆర్ దేర్, ఎవ్రీబడి టేక్. మంచి ఫోటోగ్రాఫ్ కరెక్ట్ గా తీసుకోండిరా మేడం, అందరు రావాలి. మీరు ఇక్కడ ఇటు సైడ్ కూడా రండి. తీసుకున్న తర్వాత లాస్ట్ లో ఫోటో తీసుకుందాము. ఫస్ట్ లెట్ ఎవ్రీబడి టేక్, గో, రిమైనింగ్ పీపుల్ ఆల్సో గో. ఫస్ట్ అందరూ తీసుకోండి, తర్వాత గ్రూప్ ఫోటో తీసుకోండి. On the last photos, group photos తీసేగానే నేను సార్ ఈచ్ పేపర్ సార్ వాంట్ సపరేట్. నెక్స్ట్ ఉన్నాయి. ఇవి గ్రూప్ ఫోటో సార్. అరే వన్ మూమెంట్ ఫోటో. సో దిస్ ఈస్ ఫర్ నాగేంద్రరావు గారు. డాక్టర్ రేవణ గారు. మేడం గారికి వాళ్ళ చూడు అన్ని గారు మీరు కింద నిలబడినా కూడా కొంతమందికి కవర్ అవుతారా బాగా. లేదా చక్కగా అక్కడ 4 కూర్చోండి. అవి అందరూ కవర్ అవుతారు నీట్ గా. వెరీ గుడ్, వెరీ నైస్. మేడం ప్లీజ్. మేడం ఒక మూమెంట్ ఇవ్వండి. యాక్చువల్ గా అది ఆథర్ దొరుకుతుంది. మేడం కూడా పోవచ్చు. అది ఎలా అప్రిషియేషన్ తీసుకోవాలి.
of India and President. Please welcome, sir.
వీరే చెప్తారు. Okay,
I think he's not available. We'll start the session.
No, we have. I request Raghav Rao Garu, who is a faculty from Guru Nanak Institute of Engineering and Technology, join us for this last session today. Vijay Kumar Garu, SPW lab. SPW lab, we have some 2-3 papers. So Shravani, Tejashwani, yeah.
Sir,
Unmute, Amma.
Sir, Deepti, sir.
Share your screen.
Yes, sir, I'm ready to share. Give me a moment, please.
పెట్టాలి కదా అదే మరి అది పని లేదు ఇప్పుడు కంటిన్యూ అమ్మా. Deepti.
Good evening, sir.
Yes.
My name is G. Deepti. Sir.
Yes.
Video.
Go ahead.
You can ask for video also.
Start Deepti.
My name is G. Deepti and I'm from 3rd BSc Biotechnology and I'm studying in SPW Degree and PG College, TTD Tirupati. Today my topic is about biodiversity conservation issues and threats. So here is the index that we are going through this PPT. So there are the just sub-concepts of these biodiversity conservation issues and threats. So what is biodiversity conservation? So it is the protection and management of biodiversity to obtain resources for sustainable development. So I have given a slogan here, which will create awareness to the people. That is protect nature, respect biodiversity, secure your life. Next, biodiversity conservation methods are 2 types. They are in situ and ex situ conservation. So in situ conservation includes national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, biosphere reserves, sacred groves, and ex situ conservation includes geological parks, botanical garden, gene banks, and cryopreservation. So I have shared my screen, which shows the conservation of biodiversity, that is in situ conservation and ex situ conservation flowchart. And next one, let us go into in situ and ex situ conservation. In situ conservation is nothing but it is the conservation of species within the natural habitats. So those includes national parks, sanctuaries, biosphere reserves, and ex situ conservation involves the breeding and maintenance of endangered species in artificial ecosystem. Examples are zoos, nurseries, botanical gardens, gene banks, etc. Next, what are the causes of biodiversity? So these are the causes of biodiversity, which are climate change, pollution, habitat loss, over-exploitation of species, and invasive species have been identified as 5 major threats to biodiversity globally. So these are the major issues that are causing biodiversity.
Next, issues and threats of biodiversity. Ecologists emphasize that habitat loss and the habitat loss is due to typically from the conversion of forests, wetland, grasslands, and other natural areas to urban agriculture uses. And invasive species are the primary drivers of the biodiversity loss. But they acknowledge that climate change could become a primary driver as the 21st century. So these are the 6 biggest threats to biodiversity, which are climate change, habitat loss and degradation, pollution, invasive species, overexploitation, other potential threats. Next, how to preserve this biodiversity? There are 5 ways to preserve the biodiversity. Support local forms like save the bees, plant local fruits, flowers and vegetables. Using of little amount of water for everything we use in daily lives. So respect local habitats. Next, what are the advantages of biodiversity? So there are many advantages of biodiversity conservation. Let's look into it. Conservation of biological diversity leads to the conservation of essential ecological diversity to preserve the continuity of food chains. And the genetic biodiversity of plants and animals is also preserved. It ensures that the sustainable utilization of life support systems on the earth. It provides vast knowledge of potential use to the scientific community. So biodiversity conservation also serves as an insurance policy for the future. These are some benefits of the biodiversity conservation. So it improves human nutrition and provides sources of medicines and vitamins, contribute to sustainable intensification, reduces spread risks to individuals and countries, helps maximize the effective use of natural resources, make farming systems more stable, robust, and sustainable, reduce dependency on external inputs, and others also some benefits of biodiversity conservation. So, conclusion of biodiversity conservation issues and threats. So, as we have seen, biodiversity identifies the richness of every type of life on our planet, and its reference unit is constituted by species, that is a set of organisms capable of exchanging genetic material. It represents fragile balance that is increasingly threatened by the presence and invasion of human activities. So let us join our hands to protect our environment and living organisms. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker from your lab.
Yes, sir.
You stop sharing and immediately take over.
Okay, sir.
'Good evening, sir.
Continue.
Okay, sir.
Continue. Your name?
G. Shravani, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Morning session, sir, 11.
Okay, ma. Continue. There are 2 Shravani's. Okay.
Myself, G. Shravani, studying third BSc BJC, SPW degree and PG College, Tirupati. Today, my topic is about environmental justice through biodiversity. One minute, sir. Contents of my topic is introduction, types of environmental justice, importance, and conclusion. Introduction. Environmental justice is based on the principle that all the people have a right to be protected from environmental pollution, and to live in and enjoy a clean and healthful environment. The main principles of environmental justice are increase ecological protection and safety within disadvantaged communities, and also to expand cultural awareness. Types of environmental justice. It includes distributive justice. Distributive justice refers to perceived fairness of an allocation, or more broadly, to how people judge what they receive. It was probably the first type of justice to gain the attention of organizational justice scholars and continues to receive wide attention. This theory consisting of three core components: the equality of people in rights and liberties, the equality of opportunities for all, and an arrangement of economic inequalities focused on benefit maximization for those who are least advantaged. This is the pick related to distributive justice. Next, procedural justice. Procedural justice refers to idea of fairness in the process that resolve disputes and allocate resources. It is not a practice, but a philosophy and a movement which promotes positive organizational change. The four pillars of procedural justice are fairness, impartiality, giving voice, and transparency. Third one is interactional justice. Interactional justice is defined as quality of interpersonal treatment people receive when procedures are applied and outcomes are distributed. According to Moorman 1991, interaction justice is the interactional between source of allocation and the people who will be affected by the allocation decisions. Fourth one is social justice. Social justice is the way that everyone deserves equal economic, political, and social rights and opportunities. Social workers aim to open the doors of access and opportunity for everyone. The five main principles of social justice include access to resources, equity, participation, diversity, and human rights. This pic shows about social justice. Next, importance of environmental justice include to avoid the exploitation of natural resources, to keep balance in our ecosystem, to prevent human-caused natural disasters, to reduce the impact of global warming, and to bring awareness. And final conclusion of my topic is human rights are essential to sustainable development. Procedure rights, participation, access to information, and access to environmental justice is fundamental to SD Principle 10. The rights to a decent environment is still being considered a possible substantive right. There are some difficulties in applying the right to a decent environment as a substantive right. Therefore, it is a practical to link human rights to environmental interest. This is the pic related to my topic. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity.
Thank you. So any more is there in your lab?
No, sir. No, sir.
I
am having
Yes, sir.
One
Yes,
member
sir.
is there, sir.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible. Share your-
Sir, I am T Maheshwari, sir.
Very good.
Hello.
Excuse me, sir.
Sir, I am T Maheshwari, sir.
Yes, you are Maheshwari. Continue.
Okay, sir. 1 minute. Wait, sir. Hello. Good evening, sir. Hello. Sir,
Ma, continue.
I am T Maheshwari, third BSc BZC,
in Sri Padmavati Women's Degree and PG College, sir. My topic is soil management, sir. Contains introduction, soil health, soil fertility, soil erosion, pest control, organic methods, conclusion. Introduction, sir. Management is an integral part of the land management and may focus on differences in soil types and soil characteristics to define specific interventions that are aimed to enhance the soil quality for the use selected. Soil health. Soil health is defined as the continued capacity of soil function as vital living ecosystem that sustains plants, animals, and humans. Cornerstone of life. Biological diversity, fruit production, water benefits, and carbon storage. Soil fertility is refers to ability of the soil to sustain plant growth. It is the picture of soil fertility. Soil fertility, carbon accrual, nitrogen conservation, phosphorus availability, and retention. Soil erosion. Soil erosion is the natural process in which the topsoil of field is carried away by physical sources such as wind and water. It is the picture of soil erosion and it explains detailing. Pest control. Pests are organisms that interfere in places and harm human occupancy, territorial path, and human health. Pest control different ways. Biological pest control, chemical control, physical control, mechanical control, and crop rotation. It is the picture of pest control. Insect pest management. Organic methods. Organic farmers seek to build the soil or enhance its inherent fertility by using crop rotations, animals, and green manures, and cover crops. Conclusion. Appropriate mitigation strategies for the nearly 147 MHA of existing degraded land in the subcontinent of India are of the utmost importance. With changing climate, land degradation is expected to only increase due to high intensity storms, extensive dry spells, and degradation of forest cover. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you for all.
Thank you, Ma. Any more is there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Myself, Tejashri.
Stop sharing this. Share your presentation.
Yes, sir.
November.
A very good evening to everyone. Myself, K. Tejashvi. I'm studying third BSc MScs. I'm from SPW Degree and PG College, Tirupati. Today, my topic is forest protection and wildlife management. Basically, we go to the introduction. The forests are very critical components of the Earth's components. They mainly cover 31% of our planet land's area and provide numerous ecological and economic and social benefits also. They are not just essential for the health of the planet, but they also plays a very crucial role in conserving wildlife and maintaining biodiversity. The importance of forests. The forests are called as lungs of Earth. For their role in observing carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen. The main and wide range of benefits of the forest are biodiversity, carbon sequestration, water resources, economic value, culture, and recreational value. Forest protection. The main reason for forest degradation is deforestation. For protecting forest, we have to follow the following methods. Protected areas. We have to construct the protected areas. The establishment of protected areas like national parks and reserves help safeguard natural habits and restrict human activities that may harm them. Reforestation and afforestation are main important things to protect measures to protect the forest. Planting trees and restoring degraded forest lands are very essential strategies to counter deforestation. Sustainable logging. Implementing sustainable logging practices ensure the long-term health of forest. Community-based conservations. Involving local communities in conservation efforts can be highly effective in protecting forest. These are the main reasons where the forest is affecting by. The first reason is logging. More logging of trees may cause the loss for the forest. And second one is mining, and third one is deforestation. Wildlife management. The significance of wildlife. Wildlife is an integral part of the world's ecosystem, and it plays a very crucial role in maintaining ecological balance. The conservation of wildlife is essential for several reasons. The main reasons are biodiversity, ecosystem services, cultural and aesthetic value, and economic value. The main threats for wildlife are habitat loss. The destruction and fragmentation of habits due to human activities is a major threat to wildlife. And the second one is poaching and illegal trade. The illegal hunting and trade of the wildlife and their products poses a serious risk to many species. Climatic changes in climate patterns can affect the disturbance and behavior of wildlife species. Invasive species. The introduction of non-native species can disturb the ecosystems and threaten native wildlife. Threats to wildlife are trading, poaching, and climate changes. Wildlife management strategies. For the conservation of the wildlife management, we can follow the following steps. They are habitat conservation. Preserving and restoring natural habits is essential for protecting wildlife. And the second one is wildlife reserves. Establishing protected areas and wildlife reserves provides safe spaces for many species. And third one is anti-poaching efforts. Implementing measures to combat illegal poaching and trade is crucial for protecting endangered species. And fourth one is conservation breeding. Captive breeding and reintroduction programs helps recover endangered species. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Sir, I have completed my presentation, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ra.
Thank you, sir.
So can we move on to physical papers here? అయిపోయారు కదా రాధాకృష్ణ గారు?
Completed, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Who is first speaker here from physical? So whoever in urgency come. Make offer.
Sir. Hello. Sir. Hello. Sir. Hello. Hello.
ఉంది ఈమెయిల్ ఉందా?
మెయిల్
పెన్ డ్రైవ్ లో ఉంది. ఈమెయిల్ ఉందా?
ఎస్ సార్.
చెప్పు.
ఫారెస్ట్ ప్రొటెక్షన్ అండ్ వైల్డ్ లైఫ్ మేనేజ్మెంట్.
పేరు తోడతా చూడు. పంపించారా మీరు మెయిల్?
ఎస్ సార్.
చూడండి ఇక్కడి నుంచే వచ్చాయి అంతే.
చెప్పు, నేను ఎప్పుడు పంపుతున్నా?
ఏం పేరుతో ఉంది?
సౌదర్న్ రేణుక.
ఇది పెట్టుకొని ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేయండి.
Good evening to everyone. Good evening to everyone. First, good evening to everyone. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's my pleasure to introduce myself. My name is Akshita. I am from GDCW Begumpet. Myself. Today, our research paper dwells into the two major topics that are forest protection and the wildlife management. Forest is it is a practice of protecting plant and animal species and their habitats. This presentation describes about the two main topics, wildlife management and the forest protection. Wildlife management is that deals with the endangered and threatened species and the subspecies and their habitats. Forests are the vital for human life because they provide a diverse range. Wildlife occupies a crucial place in our culture and traditional. The term wildlife is a part of larger term biodiversity. It is a wildlife management. It is a practice of protecting plant and animal species and their habitats. It provides a balance and stability to nature's process. Biodiversity, it refers to the variety of organisms existing on the earth. Preserving areas of biological imports makes them a part of national heritage. Reserved and protected forests are distribution of forest and wildlife resources. Why we need to protect? The rapid growth of population over the last few decades has posed severe threats to the wildlife. Few of them have already been vanished and others are on the danger of extinction. Causes for decline of wildlife. Wildlife is declining due to the population explosion, rapid modernization, industrialization, and urbanization. Deforestation. Deforestation is also one of the main reasons for the loss of biodiversity. Mass killing of wild animals for their meat, bones, fur, teeth, hair, skin, etc. How can we conserve wildlife? Visit zoos, aquarium, national parks, and wildlife refuges. They are home to wild animals. Adopt an animal from a wildlife conservation. Donate. When you visit any nature reserves, pay the recommended fee entry because our donation helps to maintain them vital. Volunteer. If you don't have money to give them or donate your time, many organizations and the zoos have volunteer programs such as NSS. Join volunteer programs and rescues wildlife conservation. No hunting. Don't participate in spot hunting. Take shots only from your camera. Conservation is the act of protecting forest.
Next, okay. Yes, sir. Yes. Forest protection. Conservation is the act of protecting. Forest conservation is the practice of protecting and preserving the forest. Forests are essential part of our ecosystem, necessary for the occurrence of rainfall and regulating limits. But forests all over the world are facing serious threats due to humans. We should participate the forest by planting more trees. We should control deforestation and protecting the forest from forest fires. What are the biggest threats to wildlife, forest and wildlife? Habitat destruction. The fires that swept across the Amazon and Australian rightly drew attention to just how fragile important ecosystem are half of the world's virgin forests are grow and what remains is being cut down 10 times faster than it can be replaced. Illegal wildlife trade. The illegal wildlife trade is the fourth largest criminal industry in the world after drugs, arms, and human trafficking. Gathering in our dollar US 20 billion a year, it is also one of the biggest threats to some one of the most iconic species on the planet, like the rhino and the elephant. Invasive species, whether accidentally or incidentally. Incidentally, the non-native species grow and reproduce rapidly, then spread across ecosystem aggressively. What is needed? Public awareness and education must play an essential part in teaching environmental of compassion in protecting animals with sustainable solutions to addressing these issues. Forest conservation. Forest conservation is the practice of planting more trees and maintaining forested areas for future generations sustainably. Forests are an important natural resources that benefits human in a variety of ways.
For the forest conservation, obviously, big cats in refers as to the tiger reserve. However, a tiger reserve may also be a national park or wildlife sanctuary. Where it is located? It is located in the Nagar Karnool and Nalgonda district in the southern part of Telangana. The old name of Amarabad Reserve is Amarabad. The earlier name it was the part of Nagarjuna Sagar Srisailam Tiger Reserve. Amarabad Tiger Reserve Information Travels Guide. It is the largest tiger reserve in India. The reason for this is the geographical location of Krishna River, which is known as Patala Ganga. Here, due to its best character, the surrounded area is evergreen. Therefore, the Nallamala forest here has expanded to good extent. The Nallamala forest here has expanded to a good extent in an area of rupees 2,500 square kilometers. Discussion. This paper helps to protect forest and to save the wildlife. In this paper, all suggestions are given. This helps to give healthy ecosystem to our next generation. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Capture. Okay, sir. No, sir. I will do it. The thing is, slides are needed, the accurate slides.
Very good afternoon to one and all. It's to my wonderful guest and wonderful audience. It's such a privilege to speak on this platform and present my research paper over here. The topic of my research paper is impact of climate change and loss of biodiversity in an in Indian hotspot. First of all, understanding about the climate change problem. Oh, sorry. One second. Climate change has been a vigilant problem all over the world. The climate change which occurred due to the fast urbanization around the world, the era which we are living in, it leads to the topmost era of the urbanization. This anthropological system of caused by the human activities lead to the all consequences of the human consequences. Okay, sir. Sorry, sir. All these trajectories come together of loss of habitat, climate change, and we come to know how careless the human nature is. While researching this paper, I came out, it intrigued me upon the topic of climate change and loss of biodiversity. While researching it, I came to know in that India, out of 36 hotspots around the world, India has 4 hotspots, which attracts the multitudinous excursionists all across the world, charmed by the endangered Bengal tiger, golden langur, and Siror lily. From this given image, we can understand how the impact of the human civilization has done all across the ecosystem around the world. Here, the 60% contribution because of the impact of the urbanization and the globalization done, the incessive alien species has contributed solely and alongside other the drivers of change to 60% of recorded global extension and which 90% occurred on the island. From this given image, we can have a basic understanding how global impact does, how the global impact does our environment has on a climate level. So the methods which I used while using this in this research paper, the global climate change is seen. Here, the interpanel panel government climate change IPCC something stated that there is a global rise in temperature all across the world. It stated that there's a 0.8 degrees centigrade rise in the temperature and 20 centimeters rise in sea level across the world. Due to the rapid increase of the urbanization, due to the peak level of globalization, it affected the tremendous amount of carbon emission. This carbon emission is being absorbed by the ocean. The ocean absorbs this carbon dioxide to the fullest extent, and this ocean becomes acidic, which leads to the loss of survival of the flora living in this sea. Then the second thing which the second method and the report I used is the changes in the climate over the India. As we can see, the climate change is also being seen across the world. What about the India? The climate department, the weather department of India stated that there has also been seen increase of temperature
all across the India. It stated 0.1 degree centigrade increase in all over the India by southern states, the southern region of India rapidly increasing when compared to the other states. And the last method which I used was relationship among the biodiversity, climate change, and environmental degradation. So the understanding the relationship between the climate change, biodiversity, and the land, we come to the conclusion that this all biodiversity, climate, are resources such as land, water, everything is interconnected. Because of the human activity, there was a change in the cycle, and because of this anthropological system we follow, all this trends happening around the world, which led to the global impact of the urbanization and led to the changes in this cycle, leading to the loss of biodiversity and climate change. So all the problems has been discussed. All problems should have solution too. So here the grand plan discussed in my research paper. So according to this 3-point criteria, India, these are the known organization, and I just summarized it. The India has assumed, as you can read it, everything is written on the slide. India has assumed to communicate information about the preparation of the convention talking to the account, the common but restricted liabilities, separate capabilities, their specific indigenous and public development precedents, objects and circumstances. So being on the India being the recognized nation around the world, there have been many organizations. They promised around that they had set the ambitious target 40 of their power from the renewable coffers by 2030. That's a really ambiguous target. And again, from the Clean Development Medium Association, we can see the crucial areas of India. Climate change in particular impacts on timber, littoral zone, husbandry, water resource, health, assessment of the need for the adaptation to climate change, and evaluation to the accessory to join in. So last but not the least, I'll conclude this session by quoting the quotation from the famous climate activist herself, Greta Thunberg. The climate crisis has already been solved. We already have facts and solutions. All we have to do is wake up and take the action. Thank you, everyone, being such a wonderful audience. Yes, ma'am.
హలో హలో నో అక్కడ రావట్లేదు. హలో 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 ఎస్ హలో సార్ దిస్ ఈస్ పవన్. హలో yes. Yes. Malli from BVRIT Hyderabad of College for Engineering for Human. Today's my topic is about deforestation. In that subtopic is new pathogens emerging from deforestation. I would like to tell about first deforestation. Deforestation can contribute to emergence of new pathogens by disputing ecosystems and increasing human wildlife contact. As forests are cleared, animals may migrate, bringing novel diseases to human populations. Additionally, deforestation can alter the behavior of existing pathogens, polish, making them more harmful or transmissible to human. The loss of biodiversity associated with deforestation can also impact natural diseases regulation mechanisms, creating in conditions that favor the spread of certain diseases. In 1997, cloud of smoke hung over the rainforest of Indonesia as అది నెక్స్ట్ ఉంది సార్ లేదు సార్ ఉంది అది రావట్లేదు సార్ అందుకనే ఇంకా పేపర్లో చూసి చెప్తాను ఓకే సార్ డిఫారెస్టేషన్ Deforestation can associate with changing landscapes and are major components of environmental changes. To examine the role of indigenous people and local communities in forest management and conservation. Introduction of deforestation. Deforestation is a purposeful clearing of forest land. Throughout the history and into the modern times, forests have been raised to make space for agriculture and animal grazing. Here is the pie chart. In Amazon, 54% is only the forest. In ancient times, there is 90 to 100% of the forest. Here is the bar chart telling about the forest, and how much we are polluting the forest. Here the climate changes are occurring. Humans are destroying the forest. Because of that, climate changes are happening. In climate changes, rising the temperatures, extreme weather events, and melting ice caps are some of the consequences of the climate change caused by the greenhouse gas emissions and from burning fossil fuels. Deforestation, clearing the forest for agriculture purposes such as crop cultivation or livestock grazing, can lead to habitat destruction, loss of biodiversity, and increased greenhouse gas emission. The loss of forest leads to destruction of habits and loss of biodiversity. Natural changes to habits can occur due to various factors. Here, example of natural gas changes that can affect habits. Here is the table that tells about the forest in all over the world. Deforestation. Deforestation disputes ecosystem, reduces carbon absorption, and intensifies the climate change. The rapid destruction of the forest contributes to habitat loss of biodiversity, and increased greenhouse gas emissions. There are some solutions. There are also a number of specific actions that can be taken deforestation in different sectors. For example, in agriculture sector, in forestry sector, in mining and other extractive industries. Government has to adopt sustainable mining practices and minimize the environment mining operations. Conclusion. The land use is controlled by the environment factors, but also by human activities.
The agricultural land and sometimes deforestation increase with the population growth. Technological and industrial developments lead to major shifts in the land use. Re- I I take these reference from these reference links. You can check from these. Thank you. And last one uh, quotation: plant a tree today, save the earth tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. I am Sirisha from BVRIT College. I am going to speak about increasing the rooftop farming in urban areas. First of all, I want to explain about what is rooftop. It is the practicing of cultivating on the top of the building is called the rooftop farming. Rooftop gardening are obviously very beneficial in reducing the effects of the temperature on the top of the roof. Rooftop farming is becoming very common due to use of forgotten space and source of with social engagement. These are the some images regarding rooftop farming. Let me introduce about rooftop farming. For those who live in small apartments with little space, a vertical gardening can be a solution. These use much less space than traditional gardening. These also encourage environmentally responsible practicals, eliminating pesticides and encouraging the recyclable wastes through composting. Planters on the rooftop gardening may be designed for a variety of functions. These planters can hold and recreational purpose, provides the environmental and energy benefits of green roof. Some of the benefits of rooftop farming is increased food production is the one of the benefit of rooftop farming. Urban farming allows for the cultivation of fresh producing areas by utilizing innovation techniques such as vertical farming, improved food quality. The next benefit of rooftop farming is improved food quality. To have access to fresh and pesticide-free produce, ensuring higher nutritional value and reducing healthy risks associated with chemical residues. And next one is enhanced food security. By reducing dependence on external food sources, urban farming strengthens food security in urban areas. Environmental sustainability. Urban farming promotes sustainable practices such as composting, rainwater harvesting, community engagement. Urban agriculture provides an opportunity for individuals to connect with nature. Next one is economic opportunities. Another urban farming benefit to generate economic opportunities by cultivating, selling their produce locally, individual, and create a small scale business. It can reduce unemployment rates. And finally, I can conclude that rooftop farming represent a promoting solution to urban challenges, offering sustainable agriculture by utilizing unused spaces. We cannot enhance food security, but also promote a greenery and more self-sufficient future for our cities. Rooftop farming is step towards creating healthier and interconnected urban environments for generations to come. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Ra.
Good evening, respected dignitaries and the audience. I am Lakshmi Sahiti of PVRIT College of Women. So today I'm going to speak on the topic of impact of pharmaceutical industries on groundwater. Groundwater is a critical natural resource that plays a vital role in sustaining ecosystems and human activities. It provides a significant portion of the world's fresh water for drinking, agriculture, and industrial practices. It is also serves as a source for many surface water bodies. Shifting to healthcare, the pharmaceutical industries are a core stone in medical advancements and improved health outcomes. It develops and manufactures medications that treat, prevent, and manage various illnesses, contributing to increased life expectancies. Pharmaceutical companies also play a crucial role in addressing the global health challenges. Groundwater is contaminated in many ways. Some of them are due to heavy metals, pesticides and herbicides, industrial chemicals, microwaves, and chlorinated solvents. The sources of contamination are basically of three types: manufacturing processes, agriculture practices, and pharmaceutical pharmaceutical appliances. By the chemical production or use of fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides in agricultural and also direct discharge or inappropriate chemical wastage, application of sludges can also contaminate the fresh groundwater. Taking this on the notice, many countries have introduced regulatory frameworks, and also the challenges that are faced are complex pharmaceutical formulations, a global supply chain varied regulatory standards, emerging contaminants and lack of data, inadequate enforcement and complications, limited monitoring and detection technologies. Now I would like to give out two case studies, which has happened, one in Spain and another in Bolaram Patancheru, which has happened recently in 2009. where the Ebro River Delta has been contaminated with various pesticides, and its environmental risk has also reached to the greater than 10 at red scale. And where other side, here in Hyderabad, the pharmaceutical industry company Indian Drugs and Pharmaceutical Limited has created impact such as pungent and acrid odor is the first thing that anyone will experience while approaching there. And due to this, it has caused many impacts. For example, health impacts, which include the neurological and behavior effects, for as pharmaceutical and presence of antibiotics, and also the carcinogenic properties in the water sources. And other side, on the environmental impact, the ecosystem has been damaged by the contamination of water. Bioacclimatation and biomagnification have also been impacted. For this, there are a few mitigation strategies over here. And for the solution for this is to aware it publicly and also in the industrial wise. For public awareness, the community workshop seminars on either an online mode or conduction in schools or college programs is one of the way, and public service announcements too. In industrial initiatives, we can also see that their discipline, their responsibility towards the society, and the resources they're taking, that should be properly managed, and all the products should be sustainable. So these are the initiatives taken by the industries. The wastewater can also be circulated within our economy. We can filter it in various levels, and also make them valuable byproducts and use it in our household appliances and waters and agricultures, etc. So within our budget, we can make it simplified, and by using nanotechnologies, which develop efficient and sustainable solutions, and also it also reduces hazardous byproducts and minimize the environmental footprints of the industries. It is also it offers more efficient degradation of pharmaceutical compounds in the form of wastewater. So to conclude, I take up 5 main points. The public health concern, which can enter the drinking water, which leads to potential risk for the society. The environmental health impact, it harms the ecosystems, disrupts the biodiversity, and it is also antibiotic resistant bacteria, which in turn impacts the health of the society or the community. Global issue, we need to raise this globally, address this globally, as it is already a fire alarm. We have to make it stop as soon as possible. We have to take the urgent for action. Inadequate regulations, strict enforcements to control the release of these contaminants into the groundwater. So, thank you.
Good evening to everyone. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to introduce myself. My name is Akshita. I am from GDCW Begumpet. So, I am from Kshirasagar. I have done a case study on the impact of fertilizers on the agriculture in the Siddipet district, Molgu Mandal, Kshirasagar.
Scott sharing. He's not doing favor for students, sir. I will support for BJP. Yes, sir. So I have done a case study on the topic, the impact of fertilizers. Yes, sir. The impact of fertilizers on the fields of Mulgu Mandal. It is located in the Siddipet district in Telangana state. So introduction, with the increasing urbanization and also the increasing in the population, we have seen a tremendous increase requirement of food. So due to this, the farmers have been shifting from the old traditional fertilization method to synthetic fertilizers. As a result of the impact of fertilizers on the fields of Mulgu Mandal has become a crucial aspect of study. This research paper dwells into the types of fertilizers, their specific impact on the soil quality, crop yield, and the overall agriculture ecosystem. We aim to contribute valuable insights for sustainable and responsible agricultural management in this region. Mulgu is a mandal in Siddipet district of Telangana state. We can see in this map that Mulgu is located near to the Gajwal. Mulgu is located near to the Gajwal in the Telangana state and Siddipet district. What are fertilizers? Fertilizers are the boost crops yield, but their excessive usage has hardened the soil. Addition of substances supplied to the crops to increase their productivity. These are used by the farmers daily to increase the crop yield. These fertilizers contain essential nutrients required by the plant, including nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus. Types of fertilizers. There are two types of fertilizers, organic fertilizers and the synthetic fertilizers. Organic fertilizers are the materials derived from the plants and animal part. Example, compost, bad guano, manure, seaweeds. Synthetic fertilizers. There are man-made fertilizers derived from the byproducts of, example, ammonium nitrate, ammonium superphosphate, and potassium sulfate. Fertilizers containing the macronutrients and the micronutrients. Macronutrients, the plant growth which require a larger amount of quality such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and the potassium. Micronutrients, plants require a smaller quantities such as iron, magnesium, manganese, copper, zinc. Chemical-based substance. There are natural and synthetic fertilizers. To enhance the plant growth, there are three major macronutrients such as NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. Nitrogen, which is used for the roots, stem, stalk, soil, pores, and water. Potassium, it is used for the photosynthetic and ATP, energy giving. Potassium, it gives the growth of the stalk. Plants can develop tolerance against the pests, weeds, insects. Natural and synthetic fertilizers or organic fertilizers, manure and compost, animal waste, agricultural waste. Nitrogen, it stimulates the vegetative growth, encourage all over the growth, important constituency of chlorophyll. Potassium, it promotes the flowering development in overall the health. Phosphorus, it increases the pH influence of the soil. Phosphorus is the main nutrient. Effective phosphorus content procedures, soil conditions, the cell of the phosphorus which requires for the cell proliferation. The phosphorus fertilizers development in plants. Fertilizers with potassium. Potassium is the third most significant commercial fertilizers. It plays an important role in increasing agriculture yields and crop. Potassium protects the plants from injury or dry spells by strengthening the roots and preventing. Farming is a profession of a hope. If agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have chance to do right. Agriculture is not just about growing crops, it's all about
nourishing communities and preserving the earth.
Agriculture and use of fertilizers in India. Agriculture is one of the low-rated business in India. Without agriculture farming, it is highly impossible to survive for the rest of the population who depend on the other employment. Among the many varieties, NPK fertilizers are the most frequent. They are used along with urea being the most widely used in India. Nature struggles to replace the nutrients in the soil in the fertilizers, absence of the fertilizers. When the crops are plays a vital role, nutrients when crops are harvested, vital nutrients are lost from the soil because they follow the crop and end up the dinner table. In India, fertilizers are the most important inputs for increasing agricultural production in terms of total fertilizers. India is the second in the world and first among the South Asian countries. Objective of this case study is to study the importance of fertilizers in agriculture, to study the impact on the environment due to the utilization of synthetic fertilizers. The study focuses on the impact of fertilizers in Mulugu Mandal of Siddipet district. The major goal was to learn how to use these fertilizers has affected the crops as well as the environment. Chemical fertilizers depletes soil microbes and contaminates groundwater.
A very warm good evening to all the dignitaries. And first, I'd like to thank that you're all patiently listening to us, the ideas of our young minds. So the objective of our study was that one of our friends stays in that particular area of our research area. So the usage of synthetic fertilizers have been increased in that area. So that have become a very concern. So the objective is to know the importance of the fertilizers in the agriculture as well as the what effect those fertilizers are causing in the crops of that Mulugu Mandal. So the crops, they have seen that using of chemical crops have decrease the production, and it is also farmers have alternated that because they are cost effective. They are less cost, right? So the importance of fertilizers. Let us know the importance of fertilizers. We all know that fertilizer first basically plant we know nitrogen. So nitrogen has triple bond. So all the plants cannot take nitrogen directly. So in order to take up that nitrogen, it should break those bonds. So we use fertilizers in order to increase those production of the crop. So human greed. So as all those farmers want more production, early money. So they use synthetic fertilizers because organic fertilizers take less time, take more time. So the production will be late. So it is a hindered, right? So the following are some reasons why fertilizers are crucial. So plants are obviously I told that they are pest resistant by fertilizers, and they also the use of fertilizer deepens the soil root and it also increases the water holding capacity. And as she said that potassium is what strengthens the stalk and straws of a plant or a crop, or phosphorus is what helps the growth of roots. So the effect, these are the important. So what are the effects? What the Mulugu Mandal farmers, so they don't know, right? So they were using organic fertilizers like cow manure and everything, but production is less. So they have been shifted to synthetic fertilizers. And we generally think that if we put more things, we'll get more things. But fertilizers are nutrients, all those are very important, but only when we use it in a correct amount. So excess of fertilizers, it causes negative effect on plant life, human life. So it can also result from the improper management of the nutrients. So when excess fertilizers are used, infections, these nitrites, those. So according to our study, only if we add fertilizers to the crop, only 50% of the fertilizer is utilized by the plant, and the other 50% is runoff. So due to the rain, it will run off in a nearby lakes and water bodies and other crops, other fields, which causes infections and presence of nitrites in drinking water. It also causes algal blooms that reduce the oxygen level in the waterways. So, and there is also a bad odor and the chemicals into release of chemicals into the atmosphere. This runoff soil erosion will allow nutrients from manure to reach the lakes and streams, right? In general, nitrogen and phosphorus are available to the plants with water. They will move into the soil, and the nitrogen and phosphorus level in the water will increase, right? So this erosion, soil erosion also transports the soil fragments with nutrient-rich soil particles into the water bodies, which will become a nuisance which will again become a nuisance for the water animals, aquatic animals. So depletion of oxygen is nothing but the amount of oxygen is decreased in the water body. So when all these fertilizers are run off into the water, the microorganisms will consume it. Microorganisms will consume, depleting the oxygen in the water, which causes harm to the aquatic animals. Aquatic animals cannot survive without dissolved oxygen in the water, right? So depletion of oxygen is one of the effect because of fertilizers use. Algal bloom is in the word itself, increase in algae in the lake or pond. So manure has enough nitrogen and phosphorus utilized as a fertilizer. It will also equivalent, it is good, but it will also impact on the algae and aquatic plants. So these by even adding a small amount of these limiting nutrients to the crops or aquatic system, the aquatic plant and algae production is not good for the water resources. So we obviously know the term eutrophication, which refers to the natural or hastened by human process of which an aquatic system gets overgrowth of aquatic plants and algae bloom. As you can see in the picture, the growth of algal blooms that will deplete the oxygen in the water, which causes harm to the aquatic plants. So we made a survey. So we did a survey, and these are some questions from the survey, which was asked to the farmers in the Mulugu Mandal. So water fertilizers, or what are harmful effects of fertilizers, and is fertilizers eco-friendly? What are disadvantage? Does it cause pollution? Does it affect the environment? Does it harm humans, or is it human helpful? Is it helpful for humans, or is it biodegradable and sustainable? So as you can see, this is the survey findings. So harmful effects of fertilizer. So like almost 20 people said that it causes water pollution, and 50 responses were like it increases air pollution and all. And eco-friendly fertilizers, only few of them, according to the finding, only few of them are using organic fertilizers, because it gives the production, because it takes time for the production. And these is the moments of the survey. A friend did the survey. So these are the farmers in the Mulugu Mandal who are working there. After the survey, the picture was taken. So discussion and suggestions are that. So I wouldn't give the suggestion, because from the listening to the PPDs from the morning, there are many people have focused on the farming. So all those, if government implements all those stuff in the villages and in Indian agriculture, then our Indian agriculture will be the most high level. So to replace this manufactured nitrogen, we can use alternative like cow manure, because in villages they'll have cattle. If they could use those manures, cow manure, and using organic farming, agroforestry, there are also indoor farming, vertical, horizontal farming, aquaponics. If they could include all this, it will be more good in the villages. So this is the percentages of usage of natural and artificial fertilizers and pesticides. So natural fertilizers are, we can see that natural fertilizers are less used comparing to the artificial fertilizers. So they use artificial fertilizers like regularly, on regular basis. So
once in a lifetime, we need to meet a doctor, a
but every day, 3 times a day, we need a farm.
I express my appreciation for all the individuals and the organization for organizing this and listening to our ideas. And we also thank you, Prasanna ma'am, for guiding us and making do us all those survey, and also our Madhuri ma'am also who guided microorganisms and stuff. So, and to end on a end note, I would say that the more the power we use in the big machines, fertilizer, pesticides, the more we put this, the more it will knock the mechanism and mechanism that it made work in the first place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thanks. Next time, sir, when you come,
I'm from CSI. I want to update.
next time I'll come.
Did a good job in the end.
Thank you.
So with this today's 4 technical sessions concluded. So we have a presentation ceremony as usual, like all the session. The physical participants are being given mementos, certificates. Nothing to worry. All the participants who presented, spoke online also will be sent this certificate and mementos. I'm informing all online participants also. So all those presenting tomorrow also will be given these certificates and mementos. So we are concluding here. The online people can, I must thank all the people, those who are there from the morning in the online. And there are many people here in physical till this last minute. So a few minutes we are going to close. So we are on the job of the handovering presentations and certificates to this physical presentations. You can call directly, madam, no problem. Come, Amma, come, each one. ఇది పెట్టాలి ఇలాగా ఇలా పెడితే అప్పుడు డయాస్ కనిపిస్తుంది అంత పెడితే గానీ లేదు నేను అది వదిలేసా మార్నింగ్ నుంచి అలా ఉంటే పర్లేదు వాళ్ళు చూడండి వీలైతే ఓకే ఓకే మీరు ఎక్కడైనా పెట్టుకోండి బట్ కాకపోతే బట్ ఐఎమ్ ఆల్సో ఓకే గుడ్ దిస్ ఈస్ ఫైన్ కొద్దిగా రారా go up, no problem. Good. Tomorrow end session అన్ని కూడా ఇలా పెడదాం. Somebody at least will hold it so that other people also will see. ఇట్లయినా కూడా పర్లేదు. వెరీ గుడ్ గుడ్ డే. మీరు ఇవ్వండి మూమెంట్ వస్తుంది, మీరు మూమెంట్ వస్తుంది. అయిపోయింది. నాయుడు గారు, ప్లీజ్ హ్యాండ్ ఓవర్ momentous to the chair. Madam, please accept this. He is our treasurer, Sri Rajendra Naidu garu. So accept a memento. So if all of you come, we will have group photo with this last. Very few people are there. Thank you, madam. So today, the first day of the conference is concluded here with. So since we have next day, one more day, so that vote of thanks and all will be, and I request all the online participants, please join for tomorrow program also. And all the physical participants also will join for tomorrow sharply, because we don't have any inauguration and all. 9:30 we'll start as usual as per the program schedule. Thank you one and all. Thank you very much. Particularly Mary Florence madam, you have been there from the morning. So thank you madam, thank you everyone. So
Thank you, sir.
Thank you madam, thank you, thanks a lot. So we'll close here madam today.
Yes, sir. I'll inform Ravindra, sir.
With all your permission, we are closing today program. Thank you
Okay,
madam.
sir. I'll inform him.
Thank you.
the